entered on that count. The sentence will be on manslaughter 1. Now, the state filed a notice of intent to seek an upward sentencing departure on that count. In other words, the state sought a sentence above the guideline range of 103 months. It appears now that the state is seeking the presumptive sentence. The defense has motioned for a dispositional departure, that any prison time be stayed or hang over Ms. Potter's head with conditions, and that the defendant be placed on probation. Alternatively, defendant seeks a durational departure for a sentence below the guideline range. I'd like to start with the state. Mr. Frank, I'll hear your arguments regarding sentencing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Counsel, Ms. Potter. Counsel. Your Honor, I want to first speak to the likely factors. As the court knows, the rules require that we give notice of that way back at the omnibus hearing. So that's when we gave notice and had at that time. The Blakely findings we asked the court to make in our previous filing because it's part of the trial process. And as the court may recall, Defendant Potter waived her right to have a jury decide those. And so therefore it became the court's function to make findings on those based on the evidence at trial. So we asked the court to make those findings. I know it has been reported that we were seeking a longer sentence, but that's not what our previous filing was doing. Our previous filing, I think, very clearly asked the court to make those findings because we had to ask at that time for those findings to be made. We did not, in that filing, make any recommendation about sentencing. As the court pointed out on manslaughter 1, we are asking the court to rely on those findings for a departure from the sentence. Or, of course, it's free to consider that with the trial evidence and deciding on a sentence as well within the guidelines range. Your Honor, I want to also, on the behalf of the state, thank the jurors for doing their job under very difficult circumstances. It's obvious that they carefully considered all of the evidence and took their time, and as a group, carefully deliberated. We know it was a difficult task, and it was emotionally demanding of them, as well as sacrificing their personal time in doing their civic duty. And so we thank them for it. We also thank the Wright family and Chyna Whitaker on behalf of Daunte Jr. They have been here throughout this entire trial on what has been just a terrible emotional roller coaster ride for them. And I know that they are going to address the court. I will not take up a lot of the court's time trying to say things that they can say better than me. His name is Daunte Wright. We have to say his name. He was not just the driver. He was a living human being, a life. The highest principle of law enforcement is the sanctity of life, and his life counted. His life mattered. And that life was taken. And the law recognizes the severity of the loss of life when setting criminal penalties. The legislature decides what the sentencing policy is for the state for certain crimes, and the presumptive sentence in this case reflects the loss of life. As prosecutors, We represent the interests of victims, and we represent the interests of the community. And so the presumptive sentence, Your Honor, is something we consider appropriate given the loss of life. The jury found the defendant guilty of this crime. This crime reflects a level of culpability that we agree is not an intentional, it wasn't an intent to kill Mr. Wright, but it was culpably negligent. It represents a higher state of culpability. For those reasons, we believe the sentence is appropriate, the presumptive sentence. As prosecutors, we are ministers of justice. We also represent the community's interests. And there are many interests that the criminal justice system tries to take into account. Retribution is one of them. Deterrence. But the community also has an interest in rehabilitation, reformation, restoration. The defense is asking for a dispositional departure from the presumptive sentence. We're not agreeing to that, Your Honor, but we have to recognize this is a unique case. This is a very difficult case. A departure like that must be reserved for only the most for rare cases and for the most compelling reasons. And so what is unique and compelling about this case that would allow the court to depart from what the legislature says is the appropriate sentence? We don't doubt that Ms. Potter has remorse. But this is, Your Honor, I'm just going to speak quite candidly, right? This is a courtroom full of pain and anger. How do we fix that? What can we do? This is a divided community. What can be done to help restore some of the faith and the trust between law enforcement and the community, in particular in this case? What can be done to help the Wright family through their pain and their loss? What can be done even to help Miss Potter deal with the consequences of what she has done? I submit to the court that her remorse alone is not enough. We should expect defendants to have remorse. We should expect defendants to have remorse for more than what has happened to them. We should expect defendants to have remorse in the sense of a feeling of wrongfulness to others. We have seen some evidence of that, but I submit not enough. What are we going to do today, going forward? Your Honor, the answer to that, we believe, lies with Ms. Potter. She is in a unique position to try and make something of what has happened for the betterment of a lot of people. As we point out in her memo, it's everything from talking to officers about the dangers of weapons confusion. This is unfortunately a too common of occurrence. She can talk to manufacturers about this. She can talk to the Wright family, should they want. A key component, as we know, of restorative justice is this ability to kind of take the lawyers out of everything and let victim and defendant try to heal. And it's not right for every case. It's right for some cases. And it has to be right for the victims. So that's really up to them, but it's a possibility. And to have an acknowledgement of the wrongfulness of the conduct, an acknowledgement that police officers are subject to the law like everybody else, and that when they make terrible errors, they can be held responsible as well. And the jury found that Ms. Potter is responsible. But accepting that, acknowledging that, is a key to moving forward, is a key to restoring some sense of healing and hope in the community at large and for the Wright family as well. So, Your Honor, it's our position that until those things are proved to you, to your satisfaction, that this is the rare case that warrants a departure from the guidelines. You should impose the presumptive sentence under the guidelines. It is appropriate for what has happened. But that lies with Ms. Potter. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that members of the Daunte Wright family would like to make some comments, and I think Katie Wright would like to be heard first. Would you please come forward, Ms. Wright?
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me this time to talk.
Welcome. Would you please state your full name, and could you spell it for the record?
My name is Katie Ann Wright, KATIEANNWRIGHT.
Okay.
Daunte Wright is my son, my baby boy. And I say is and not was because he will always be my son. And I'm proud to say that. I have had many, many sleepless nights and days contemplating how and what I was going to say today. I have to be the voice for myself, my family, my community, but most of all, I have to be the voice of my son, Daunte. Your Honor, I hope the defendant is listening as I speak loud and clear today. And yes, I refer to her as defendant because I will not give her the respect of calling her by her name. She referred to Daunte over and over again as the driver, as if killing him wasn't enough to dehumanize him. She never once said his name. And for that, I'll never be able to forgive you. And I'll never be able to forgive you for what you've stolen from us. I hope you're listening and don't mistake any of my words, because we can't afford the defendant to make any more mistakes. His name is Daunte Demetrius Wright. Let me tell you what you've stolen from us. Daunte was born October 27th, 2000 at 9:25 a.m., one of the happiest days of our lives. My husband named him after Daunte Culpepper because he loved the Vikings and knew our son was a star from the moment we looked into his eyes. He played way too much, and he joked a lot. Even when he'd get on my nerves, I couldn't stay mad at him because Daunte's goofy laugh. Daunte loved hard, loved his family, friends, and his son. Daunte's smile was genuine and big, just like his dreams. You took this. You took his future, what he could have been, and it was so many things. April 11th was the worst day of my life. A police officer who was supposed to serve and protect took so much away from us. She took our baby boy with a single gunshot through his heart. She shattered mine. My life and my world will never, ever be the same. And I often replay that phone call in my head over and over again, and I blame myself because I should have told him I shouldn't have told him it was going to be all right. I told him he was going to be okay. And just to find out a few minutes later, he wasn't. A police officer that took an oath to serve and protect for 26 years. But not on this day. On this day, she did not protect. She failed Daunte, our family, and our community. She did not render aid to Daunte, Elena, or the elderly couple that was in the vehicle. His car was held at gunpoint for over 5 minutes while my son bled out in the driver's seat. The last memories of Daunte's life is now watching him being shot over and over again. Seeing his lifeless body pulled and dragged onto a grassy spot where they left him on the ground for hours as people all over the world watched. I had to cry from behind a caution tape. I couldn't go to be with him. My motherly instincts was to go, to hold him, to caress him, kiss him. And even in my mind in that moment, I wanted to save him. Another opportunity that was stolen from me. She left our world with so much darkness and heartache. The best way that I can explain it is what I feel every day since Daunte was killed is comparing it to a sinking feeling that a mother gets when she turns around and realizes her kid is missing in a grocery store and you can't see him, feel him, touch him, know if he's scared, safe, okay. She took a grandson, brother, uncle, cousin, friend. She took a son from his father, a son from his mother, but most of all, she took a father from his son. Daunte was only 20 years old. He had so much life ahead of him. The defendant left us with memories and a picture. I have to grieve in public. The whole world sees my crying face, and it's plastered all over. My shattered heart has been on display for almost a year now, and I have to live in this nightmare, watching my son shot and killed over and over again. The defendant will be here to watch her sons marry, have children, buy a house, start a family. For me, every day, I could only hope to wake up and see Daunte walk through the door and watch him play with his son, mess with his sisters, laugh with his brothers. A hope that's never gonna come true. Your Honor, I'm asking you to hold the defendant to the highest accountability. She was a person of authority who betrayed her badge. Not only when she shot Daunte, but when she rolled around on the ground crying for herself. I'm going to prison. I shot a boy. Call Chuck, her union rep. When she should have fact said, please go save him. How is he doing? Is he okay? Please help him. She didn't even try, Your Honor. She didn't try to save him. You should have done better. When it comes to trial, I was there every single day. My heart wanted to see remorse, sadness in her eyes. I wanted to see her mouth the words, "I'm sorry," but she sat there with such entitlement and privilege. She never once looked at us passing through the hallways every day. As she sat on the stand, not at all, no eye contact, nothing. Then she finally said, "I'm sorry it happened." Those are her exact words. That was coming after a break, Your Honor, that the defendant had time to be coached on how to gain some sort of sympathy from the jury, but not me. I can't give the defendant sympathy. Your Honor, I'm stuck with 3 questions I ask myself. How do you show remorse when you're smiling in your mugshot after being sentenced to manslaughter, after taking my son's life? How do you say you're sorry with no tears? How much time is my son's life worth? I know here today the defendant and her attorney, they're going to tell the court how sorry she is. Her family may even give victim impact statements, and afterwards both the defendant and her family will be able to talk, hear each other's voices, hug, kiss, say "I love you" as her husband did on verdict day. Eventually her sentence will be fulfilled, and she will have her whole family to be with her at dinners and holidays. Again, another thing that has been stolen from me. Please keep in mind the impact this has caused her family and herself is just a small passing. It's just a small storm that's going to pass compared to our life sentence without Daunte. Daunte Demetrius Wright, I will continue to fight in your name until driving while black is no longer a death sentence. I'm proud to be your mom, and I love you, Daunte. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. And Mr. Aubry Wright, please come forward. And state your full name and spell it, please.
My name is Aubry Wright. You said spell it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. A-R-B-U-E-Y. Last name is Wright. W-R-I-G-H-T. I'm kind of nervous though. But I'm Aubry Wright, Daunte's father. I want to start by telling you what Daunte meant to me. Daunte meant the world to me. He was my son, made out of the unconditional love that me and his mother have for each other. Daunte was every man's dream. My first child with my wife, and he was a boy. I was so proud to be his father. He was handsome. He was my son. He was my prince. Daunte was my reason. He was my reason to do better. He was my reason to change in life. A father's love is so powerful and deep, it's hard for me to put it into words. But I need you to hear me when I say I love my son with all my heart. I've been there for his first steps, his first words, first day of school. All basketball games, the birth of his son. It hurts my heart that Daunte will not have these memories with his son, Daunte Jr. Daunte Jr. will only remember his dad from the stories and memories that we tell. They only had a very short year together. Because of Kim's recklessness, Daunte was my go-to guy, my helper around the house. People would say he was funny like me, he looked like me, he was cool like me. I would watch Daunte as he slept for many years, thinking, wondering how his future would be and what he would become. And I would kiss and hug him, and he would not like me to do that, obviously, but I would do it anyway. And I would always tell him that no matter what, I got you. From the day he was born until April 11th, I had him. I was always there for my son. Daunte's life was cut short by Kim Potter, who claims she thought she had a taser. She pointed her gun into my son's chest and pulled the trigger, not only killing Daunte by damaging his heart to the point of unrepairable, she also damaged my whole family's heart. Nothing will ever be the same. Everything we do as a family ends in tears, because all we have is memories left of our son. What should be happy times turns into sadness. Kim Potter was trained to prevent this thing from ever, to prevent this type of thing from ever happening. She was a police officer longer than my son, who was alive. I asked that Kim Potter be held accountable and that the maximum sentence be applied, which is incomparable to the life sentence we have been given because her negligence. My son Daunte's life was taken away way too soon, and he's never coming back. It has affected my whole family. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Damik Bryant, will you please come forward? And please state your full name and spell it.
Damik Bryant, Damik Bryant. First, I want to start off by saying my name is Damik Bryant. I am the oldest child out of my parents' 7 kids. On April 11th, he was killed by the same people we were supposed to trust, who was supposed to serve and protect our community. He was killed by someone who was on the force longer than any of my parents' children have been alive, who was a field training officer at that. We know the charges are manslaughter, but we believe what happened to Daunte was murder. When I got that call about Daunte, I couldn't believe it. I fell to the ground in pain that no one should have to go through. It was the hardest time of our life. We lost a very special person, so I write this letter to you, Daunte Demetrius Wright. We miss you more than ever. Our lives aren't normal anymore. I think about you every day. I lost not only my best friend, but my baby brother. I would remember when we would play games when we were young, and you would get mad if you lost, and you would start crying and turn red in the face because you didn't win. I remember when me, you, Dad, and everybody used to go fishing, and we would argue over who was going to catch the biggest fish. Everything was a competition between us boys. Now we won't be able to compete with each other anymore. I won't be able to see you get old. I won't be able to hear your voice change. I won't be able to tell you I love you one last time. I think about this stuff every day. You were stripped away from us. This has been the longest, most alone, miserable times of our life. We never felt the pain like this. We lost a very important piece to our family. I promise I will never give up fighting for you because that's what big brothers do. So I wrote this little poem I have. Your memory is my keepsake. We'll never be apart. God has you in his keeping, but we'll have you in our heart. You never said I'm leaving. You never said a goodbye. You were gone before we knew it, and only God knows why. There has been 1,000,000 times that we needed you, and 1,000,000 times we cried. If our love could have saved you, you never would have died. In life, I love you dearly. In death, I love you still. In our hearts, you hold a place that no one could ever feel. It broke our heart to lose you, but you didn't go alone, for part of us was with you when God called you home. I promised to my family that I would take care of everybody, including our siblings, Dallas, Destiny, Diamond, Monica, Marcus, and of course your baby Daunte Jr. I cannot express how painful it was for our family to see the defendant smiling in her mugshot immediately after being convicted of killing my brother. I respectfully ask the court to give a strong sentence that accounts for the severe pain and loss that our family has experienced. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Rest in peace, Daunte Wright.
Thank you. Diamond Wright, please come forward. And Ms. Wright, will you please state and spell your name?
Diamond Wright, DIAMOND
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diamond Wright. I am Daunte Wright's second youngest sister. I never thought in a lifetime that I'd be standing here doing this. I never thought that my brother would be killed. Would be killed by the same people we're supposed to feel protected by. I know that the charge is manslaughter, but I believe this should be called murder. Ever since my brother was killed, my heart's been shattered, and the only thing that's putting it back together is the memories we shared. I feel like I've been living in a complete nightmare. It got so bad to where the point I couldn't sleep. I stopped eating and even got depressed. The death of a loved one is not only an emotional pain, but also a physical pain. The defendant should be prosecuted and sentenced to the highest extent. You can't tell me this was an accident. It's in plain sight. She has been a police officer longer than my brother has been alive. How come I have to go see my brother in a metal container just to talk to him? How come I have to pray that my brother hears me cry out to him? How come my family has to groan and moan about the loss of a loved one just because the defendant's actions were reckless? Daunte was my brother, my blood, someone who was supposed to grow old with me. How is it that I'm going to see the age of 21 and he didn't? He didn't get to experience the life he was supposed to. Watch his kids grow and watch his kids and parents grow old. Not many of you know Daunte, and I couldn't care less on what anyone else thinks of him. You don't know him. He could light up a whole stadium with his smile and laugh. I miss him stealing food when my mom is cooking at family functions. I miss when he would play fight with me and my little sister. I miss him. And I would trade anyone in this room to get him back. Everyone just sees this as another black man getting killed by the police, but not us. This one hit home. This time it was one of us. Every day I would walk around and it feels like I'm really not here. It feels like I'm just an empty body taking up space. You took my other half. I remember when Daunte was alive and the George Floyd killing was being discussed a lot. Me, my mom, and Daunte were having a talk, saying just maybe we have enough white in us for us not to be a threat to the police. We were wrong. We have repeatedly seen that one hint of black in our skin makes us a target. This is sickening. I miss you, Daunte. I miss your smile, your laugh, the way you twirled your hair when you were nervous or thinking about something. I miss when you used to come upstairs just to talk stuff and then run back down. You were a great big brother. You taught your sisters how to be tough, how to listen, and how to calm down when we were upset. You really did your big brother role well. I love you, Daunte, and you'll always be in my heart until we meet again. Thank you.
Miss Chyna Whitaker.
Now, if we could just have a moment.
Sure. Okay, Miss Whitaker, may you please state your full name and spell it?
Chyna Marie Whitaker, Chyna, Marie Marie, Whitaker, Whitaker. Can I start? Okay. My name is Chyna Whitaker. I am the mother of Daunte's only child, Daunte Wright Jr. Daunte was born 25 weeks premature and had to stay in the NICU for a little over 2 months. During that time, his father and I were very concerned about him making a full recovery. However, by the grace of God, he is still here today. He is now 2 years old, and since April 11, 2021, fatherless. Kim Potter took my son's best friend away from him, and things haven't been the same since. I am now a single mother, not by choice, by force. My son hasn't seen his dad in almost a year, and I know he doesn't understand what's going on, but he senses his dad being gone. He was used to spending time with his father. Oftentimes, he would stay the night with his dad and have bonding time. That gave me a chance to have a break when I need it. Now I can't even pick up the phone to call him. Due to this situation, my son is a lot more scattered and angry. He acts up a lot more. I now have him in school to learn and socialize with other children, to cope during this difficult time in our lives. My child will no longer have the opportunity to spend birthdays or holidays with his dad. Daunte will never get to see his son's first day of preschool, elementary, high school, or college. They didn't even get the chance to play ball or sports together. This is not the way it should be. Every time I look at my son, I'm reminded of what was taken away from him. I show my son pictures and videos of his dad, and his face lights up with the biggest smile, and he says, "Dada." It hurts me because I know if he had the chance to see his dad again, it will fill the hole in his heart that is now there. I can't take the place of his father, neither can any other man. All I can do is hope and pray things get better for us. I now suffer from severe PTSD. Whenever I'm pulled over, I have extreme anxiety. Afraid of making a mistake and something ending up going wrong. I can't watch any movies or videos that have to do with police brutality because it reminds me of Daunte being killed. I got my son a poster of his dad that I keep in his bedroom. Many times I just find him staring at it. My son shouldn't have to wear a rest in peace shirt of his dad. Police are supposed to protect and serve the community. How will my son learn to trust police after what happened to his dad? I don't want my son to grow up afraid of the police or hating them. Nevertheless, it's only fair that Kim Potter be sentenced to the maximum amount of time for executing my son, Daunte Jr.'s father.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll hear the defense arguments regarding sentencing. Mr. Ng.
please the court. Kim and state's team. This is beyond tragic for everybody involved. And we hear clearly the statements of the family. We recognize them. There's no disrespect intended to the booking photograph at Shakopee. Ms. Potter indicates they asked her to smile. She smiled. It was not meant to be disrespectful. It was in response to the prison's request. There are two questions for the court today. The first is whether to dispositionally depart, and the second is to durationally depart if you're unwilling to dispositionally depart. So that the key question is the first one. And that is a question of whether or not, in law and in fact, Officer Potter is particularly amenable to probation. And to answer that question, we rely on the probation office to initially evaluate the claim. I often think sometimes probation officers are not given enough credit for the work they do, because there's always disputes at sentencing and they can please no one really. But in this case, the report is exceptional. It's well done, it's well written, it's fair. It says all the bad facts for the defense and all the good facts for us as well. It has a sense of balance to it. And the report does suggest to you that Officer Potter is amenable to probation. It's a recommendation that carries heavy weight, because the probation office is what you rely on to make decisions. They do the investigation. They actually talk to the defendant and the family and make a decision or recommendation as to probation and whether she's amenable. And she is, according to that report. So the first hurdle for any defendant asking for amenability findings is to get past the probation report, and we've done that. And that report alone would provide you with authority and reasonable reliance to impose a probationary sentence. This was an unintentional crime. It was an accident. It was a mistake. And the claim in the state's brief as well, the guidelines suggest 86 months, therefore we should follow them. But then if we dig deeper, we realize that the guidelines aren't always followed. And for 60% of the women in Minnesota who face a presumptive commit, they are given probationary dispositions. So on the one hand, we can say, well, the guidelines are 86 months. On the other hand, we should also say they aren't always followed in 60% of the time for females. And for males, they aren't followed in 35%. And in our sister jurisdiction in Ramsey County, they're not followed 50%, according to the most recent evaluation booklet of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And the reason they're not followed is that they're too high for many defendants, especially for the first-time defendants. There's a recognition in the court system that individuals who face the court the first time need not go to prison in order to effectuate a just result. So the departure rate is really high, and the question for the court is not only whether she's amenable to probation, but whether she should fall into the 60% range. I got to get my water here for a second. The factors in Trog are clearly found here in State versus Trog. It was a huge opinion when it came out in 1982. We all, for those of us around in 1982, it was an astounding opinion because it provided the probationary option under the new guidelines. And you know, all the factors that are listed in that case, she meets. There's no record. She's got a 26-year work history. She has expressed contrition and remorse, which I'll talk about a little bit later in terms of the quality of it. She bears no risk of recidivism. She can't be a police officer in the future. There's no danger to the public. She'll never own a gun again, obviously. And that she has enormous community support, which I'll talk about in a second as well. So the factors are all there. You have the report that says probation is available, and then you have the Trog factors, which resonate here. And I often think of, I often think of Judge Amdahl and what he might do here. You know, I mean, he gave a break to Mr. Trog, affirmed that sentence. And I dare say, it's hard to know what anyone would do, but I dare say he might find the factors here persuasive for Officer Potter in his memory. You know what I think the court misses in all these cases is an interaction with the family. We had a chance to be in this room next door, and there's a jury room attached to it, and so we spent a month with Kim's family, and every day there was a new set that came in to be with her. You know, the husband who's here, the sisters who are here, and a sister-in-law, but then there were nephews and friends of the family and former police officers, and it was different every day. And they sat in the jury room, and Earl and Amanda and I sat in the courtroom, and we gave them their time. I wish you could have seen it. You know, I think they were all there to be with her, to pay their respects to her for everything that she had done for them. And I wish you could see the tremendous amount of love they had for her and non-judgmental empathy they had for her in that room. And we all found it remarkable. And we all found that we should leave them alone. And even during the jury deliberation, she was there with her two sons and her husband, and often in her husband's arms, crying. And the boys were with her, and it was moving, I'll say that. And I think they were all there, all the family members and the friends, because she has lived a virtuous life, and they are trying to pay her back. When I think of Kim, I think of someone who's lived out all the virtues that we could imagine. She's a Catholic. I've talked to her about the Catholic virtues. They're well known to Catholics, but perhaps not the courts. The Catholic virtues are prudence, justice, temperance, courage, fortitude, faith, hope, charity, and the biggest virtue of all, of course, is kindness. And she has lived those out. And if we want to be secular, because we are a secular court, we could refer to Aristotle's virtues. And he gave the advice that if we want to live a virtuous life, we practice small acts of virtue, of course. And Aristotle's virtues are courage, temperance, liberality, patience, truthfulness, friendliness, fortitude. And she's done all of that too. So you have to balance this for 5-second mistake against all of this. And if the virtues get too complex, I often think of a famous line from Saul Bellows, perhaps his greatest book, where he talks about this. He says, I have a feeling about the axial lines of life with respect to which you must be straight. And later in the paragraph, he says, when the striving stops, they are as a gift. So we can forget about the Catholic virtues or Aristotle's virtues and just say, have you lived a straight line? Have you tried to live a straight line, axial or otherwise? And because she's lived a straight line, she has enormous community support. And had she not lived a straight line, she wouldn't be here with all these people that I'm going to talk about. Now, the state contends in their memorandum that the claim of remorse and amenability to probation is, quote, not particularly compelling. We take issue with that. The public would disagree. Since she's been in prison, she has received 3 boxes of cards. Dear Kim, how are you? Dear Kim, we care about you. And I want those to know who wrote these cards. This is just one of 3, by the way. Thousands of cards that she intends to answer each one. So for those of you who are watching, she will answer you, because she always has. But let me give you, and I didn't submit all these to the court. I thought I would read a couple just to give you a sample. And they're all very short and heartfelt. This one's from an officer up in the northern part of Minnesota. My dear Kim, she writes, my name is, I work there. I want you to know that that even though we've never met, my heart is completely broken for you. And I'm devastated by your situation. I've also been in law enforcement for a long time and have 2 sons, and I'm just destroyed on your behalf. What happened to you could have happened to any of us. As a law enforcement community across the country, we are reeling from the shock of this case. This deputy's hope is that you, Kim, and your family will be protected from feelings of despair, and that you may be physically safe. She concludes by saying, I've never been so moved by a situation like this. I want you to know in your heart and remember every day that you are not alone. There's one from Chaska. They're all small cards. People took the time to write her. This is unheard of for a defendant. I dare say no one in this room has ever seen anything like this. Dear Kim, I hope this message finds you well. Heart shape. I do not have the right words, but please know that I support you. I support Blue. You have an amazing community behind you. Please know that you are not alone. You make the world a better place. Be good to yourself and kind to your heart. With love from Chaska. These cards came from all over the country and all over the world, actually. We've gotten cards from Europe. One final one, then I'll move on. This one's handwritten from Brooklyn Park. Dear Miss Potter, My name is. My heart aches for your situation. I want you to know you're in my prayers constantly. My husband is a retired state trooper and knows the agony of split-second decisions. If okay with you, I'd like to write you regularly. Sincerely, Judy. And roughly a third of these letters want to have continued communications with her. And then, despite the community support and the remorse that she's going to articulate for you again today after I'm done, the state's claim is that she just hasn't done enough or shown enough. You know, we're all unique individuals, and what the state may find to be a level of remorse that they'd like to see may not be what someone feels in their heart themselves. Her feelings are her feelings, and I get the sense that we're somehow, the state is somehow asking to subjectively evaluate her level of remorse and make a standard of subjectivity that they want. But the court has never been required to parse out that sort of level. You're just supposed to look at the trog factors. Does she express remorse or doesn't she? You can't engage in psychoanalysis here. That's not the holding of trog. She was remorseful the moment the gun was fired. She went into trauma. Her officers at the scene then called in the tragedy, and the police responded immediately. The state contends that she has no quote-unquote moral anguish, but the record is replete that she does. I mean, she testified she does. The videos of Kim crying on the ground are replete with moral anguish. I mean, we just can't have a Kafkaesque standard of what remorse is and then have the state say, well, you haven't met our standard. And we ask, well, what is the standard? And then we just haven't seen enough remorse, so we don't know what the standard is. And so we never can meet what their standard is. But that's not how law works. It's never worked that way. So the question again is whether she's amenable and should be included in those 60%. The state seems to agree that she is at page 6 of their memo. They set out the various conditions that would satisfy them. So it's a hedging memo. It's the kind of memo that concedes that the defense has a claim for amenability. And the conditions that they want, we accept. I mean, they want a meeting with the family, and we accept that. We would do that. In the adversarial system, that's impossible. But now it is, and we would welcome that with court supervision somehow. They want Ms. Potter to give speeches and presentations about weapons confusion. We will do that. She's willing to go across the state and talk about that. To the extent that she can discuss the confusion and design features of a taser and how inappropriate they may be, we'll be happy to do that. It was something that was not possible before trial, but it's possible now. The other factors for probation that go beyond TROG are vulnerability to the prison setting. She is in an isolated setting right now in Shakopee. They have her isolated because they don't want her in the regular population. As a police officer, she would be vulnerable to assault. The people in prison, in order to get prison, can be quite violent. Those 40% of the women. So they've isolated it. And the related ground for amenability to probation or for probationary disposition is that there has been a diminution of her mental health while in isolation. And I know the court's intent was never to place her in isolation in prison, but the fact of the matter is that in my discussions with the prison officials, they have decided that she should see no one. So all she does is spend her days getting checked every 30 minutes by a guard, making isolated phone calls, and staying in her cell. And as a result, she, like many people who are in isolation, suffer from a decline of mental and physical health. And we know from statistics and the analysis of social science that isolation in prison is harmful. And so while the court never dreamed that perhaps that she would be in such an isolated setting, it is harming her. So we have on the one hand punishment, but on the other hand, if you send her to prison, you will harm her. And we are not in the business of harming defendants. If there's any question about it, we've submitted her therapist's letter to you in confidence, confirming that such isolation is harmful, given her fragile state and her diagnosis. The greatest sin of all in the church and in secular world is a failure of generosity. And I submit to you that Kim never committed that sin, willingly or intentionally. She, in her world, met the obligation to do good. And she did. And because she did good, we ought not be cheap about her life either, because it's been a generous life to everybody she's met. You know, Hennepin County is a wonderful district because it's innovative. It's the busiest district in the state, but you know the bench is famous for providing programs to first-time offenders to keep them out of jail. The drug court was tremendously innovative. Remand was innovative. The property courts. There's a veterans court, and all these ideas were new once they started, and they were tremendous because they kept people out of prison, and they engaged in sort of a forgiveness if they would do certain things. And you know, in drug court, for example, many people were looking at presumptive commits and never went. They got help, they got treatment, and they were a part of the 30% of men who don't go. And we're famous for this. And this is a district with a big heart. And the other districts across the state have adapted and adopted what we've done here in Hennepin County. And we should be thinking along the same lines for her. I've got a couple letters, and then I'll reach the durational departure, and then we'll hear from Kim. You know, I've submitted all these to the court. I know you've read them. This is just profound. This too is unheard of. And I must tell you, I edited out at least 25 to 50 that I didn't send. That were redundant or just not quite right to send. Some of them questions what happened here, which is okay to voice, but this is tremendous. And these are, the last part just came in to Brooklyn Center for her. And I had no difficulty requesting people to write letters. They just kept coming and coming. I have a stack in my office which came in too late. But I have, I've read them all, and there's one that, there are a couple that I'd like to quote to you because they tell us who she is and why you should give her a break here. The first one's from an EMT. This was written to me and I've sent it to you. I want to quote parts of it. I hope I can get through it, frankly. Although I only knew Officer Potter professionally throughout my 25 paramedic career, I had never witnessed Officer Potter mistreat, disrespect, nor use any force on any individual. Officer Potter had an amazing way of connecting with everybody. She was nothing but professional, helpful, caring to the other first responders and individuals in crisis involved in a 911 call. Her aura was infectious and quickly gained respect on any call just simply by walking into the scene. You see, Officer Potter never introduced herself in any other way than Kim to the families and individuals that requested 911 assistance. All the letters said the same thing, but this one was unique. The EMT recounts that in 2009, one of her colleagues was killed. She was at the scene with him as he died. I remember seeing the look on his face after he was lying there on the floor. It was a look I'd never seen before. I couldn't remember some events after this. And it so happened that Officer Potter was at the honor guard at the funeral. And quotes, Officer Potter kept checking on me as well as my other colleagues, making sure we were all taken care of. She made a huge impact on all of us during this devastating time. The EMT goes on to state that she was suffering from PTSD, which may have occurred here too, in light of her colleague's death. She goes on to say, I thought I was hiding my symptoms pretty well until one day I went on medical call in Brooklyn Center with Officer Potter. We ended up not transporting the individual in an ambulance, and we were walking out together. After the call, Officer Potter once again asked me how I was doing. I always responded, fine, thanks, while sitting inside of the back of the ambulance on the bench seat with the back doors of the ambulance open. Officer Potter jumped in the back of the ambulance and shut the doors. So just the two of us were there inside. Officer Potter put her right hand on my right shoulder and looked me straight in the eye. I will never forget what she then said. I've been noticing you have not been yourself for some time now. What can I do to help? Of course, I tried not to show her that I was hurting. Officer Potter sat down on the stretcher right in front of me and grabbed my hand. She told me it was okay to feel pain. I immediately began to tear up, and Officer Potter stayed with me and calmed me. Please keep in mind, I only knew Officer Potter professionally during my whole career. She did not have to take this time, nor did she owe me anything. It was just her personality and character. I can honestly say she genuinely cares for everyone she meets. Officer Potter helped me out of a dark place where I had no idea of the true meaning of PTSD. Without this interaction of Officer Potter, I can say I don't know how long it would have taken me to get help and realize how much of a toll my PTSD from the line of duty and death had taken on me. I had new respect for Officer Potter that day. I truly learned just how much of an impact her kindness meant. Every time I would run into her on a medical call after this day, we would check in on each other and offer a smile. With her help, I was able to retire from law enforcement being proud of the people I serve. She concludes by saying, EMT does, she is an incredible officer as well as person. The world would be an amazing place if everyone would strive to be even half the person she is. Thank you for your time and consideration. So she is amenable. She's particularly amenable, given her life, and a sentence which would stay the prison sentence would be just and right here. And I only approach the durational departure issue as a secondary argument. I'd offer no disrespect to Mr. Wright and his family, but there is a departure ground, and I would like to articulate it to you. It's all over the letters. Under Section 2D.203A1, if the victim is an aggressor, that is considered a mitigating fact. A single mitigating fact is sufficient under the law. That's State versus Solberg, 882 Northwest 2nd, 614, 618, Minnesota 216. There's nothing wrong with raising this as a factor. This is an adversarial system. We're duty-bound to advocate for the least amount of time. And again, I offer no disrespect here. But we're lawyers for her. And if the victim was aggressive, it is mitigating ground. I request the court to make findings for the community, particularly for the law enforcement community, that there was aggression on the part of Mr. Wright. Driving without a license in a car without insurance, perhaps not. There was marijuana in the car. Past instance of flight. He was arguably intoxicated with marijuana, which driving a car while intoxicated is a violent act. It can be. I would like the court to acknowledge that warrants of the court do matter and should be honored. This was a warrant for his arrest. I'd like the court to acknowledge that running away from the police officers, three of them, is a violent act. It's an aggressive act. And that in this case it has a potential of harming the officers, and it did, according to the testimony. The state, on the other hand, says this, quotes, Daunte Wright was not an aggressor against defendant. Daunte Wright made no aggressive or violent movements toward defendant Potter or the other officers. Daunte Wright simply pulled away from Officer Lucky in an attempt to drive off. We beg to differ. The testimony of Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson is that this was a dangerous situation. Sergeant Johnson was reaching in to prevent him from driving away and could have been hurt. Each said so. This was an aggressive act. I don't know how it couldn't be an aggressive act. There's a requirement that Kim Potter be a victim of the aggression herself. The law says that she can defend other officers on the scene, and so statute 609066. So, she can do that. The whole idea of this victim of an aggressor mitigation is where, as here, there's a self-defense claim that's defeated. It's not perfect. The jury rejected it, but nonetheless, the facts show that the victim, Mr. Wright, wasn't the aggressor. And so when that happens, and it happens here, you have a durational departure ground. The state would also say, quotes, it's repeated again, their claim is that Daunte Wright was, quotes, not combative with the officer. He made no threats to the officer. He did not act aggressively towards the officer. That's at page 11. That's inconsistent with the record. We take issue with that. Her intended response here to the aggression was to use a taser. Clearly, that's what the facts show. And therefore, her conduct was rooted in an innocent mistake, believing that she was using a taser and had a gun. And that makes the case significantly less serious than the typical manslaughter case, because it was rooted in a mistake, rooted in innocence, at the moment in response to a violent act. That makes it different here. And so you have durational departures grounds. And the state seems to agree that departure grounds do exist, because they're falling away from the Blakely claim. No longer are they asking for 10 to 20 years or whatever they were asking for. And the Blakely claim was critical at trial because they got all this evidence in of Daunte Wright's scene of death on the grounds, as you recall, that, oh, it's Blakely, we got to get it in. But they've abandoned that. And I would suggest to you that the case was overcharged. They should never have charged first-degree manslaughter for a first-time defendant. They should never ask for 86 months for someone like her. I have a couple more letters, and I will have concluded my remarks here. This one is from the former chief of police of Brooklyn Center. This came in late, but I forwarded it to you. I hope you got a chance to read it. He recounts that in July of 2014, I responded with several officers to a report of a toddler who had been struck by a vehicle. What happened here is that the child had been run over by his father and died. Everybody at the scene was having a difficult time with the call, he says. We forget how much trauma police experience on a daily basis, frankly. I took this call very hard, says the former chief, as I had just welcomed my second child to this world a few weeks earlier. Her name was the same name as the little girl who died in the accident. My other child was a 14-month-old girl. I read this letter because the following happened. Quote, Kim came to my office a few days after this tragedy. She closed the door, sat down, and placed her feet on my desk, something I normally assume would be followed with a resignation letter. She asked me how I was doing. She was talking to me person to person, not as a co-worker or manager. In just a few minutes, she had my trust to share the challenges I was having with the accident call. I felt like a 10-ton weight was lifted from my shoulders, and it was life-changing. I was seriously considering leaving law enforcement a year early as a result of this call, and she helped me move past my doubts. Kimberly has helped many other first responders and officers, and if others benefit just by a fraction of how I did, I know it made a notable impact on their lives. In closing, I know there are hundreds of examples of Kimberly's selfless acts to help others. She didn't do it for money, as none of these examples involve pay. She didn't do it for promotion, as nothing here is a rank. She did it because she truly cares about helping others. You know, he didn't have to write that. You know? I returned to family for her. You know, her son has written to you as well. Again, I wish you could have seen this in the room with the two boys. They're young men. Samuel Potter says, my mom is my rock. She is the reason I am where I am today. She's the reason I am the man I am today. Without her, I don't know where I would be. She raised my brother and me to live by the golden rule, to treat people how we want to be treated. I feel I do this to the best of my ability. And we can't ask any more of a young man than that, can we? Finally, the last excerpt I'd like to read, and then I will conclude. It comes from her mother. I think for those who have lost our mothers, this will even resonate further, because once you've lost your mother, there's an incredible vacuum in your life. You may recall that her mother came to the trial a couple times and sat in the corner and watched her daughter testify. She says, "I am almost 82 years old, and I need quite a lot of help now. Kim is such a help to me. She's the one who cleans my apartment, changes my sheets, and makes sure I have what I need. She helps me go places because I can no longer drive long distances or drive easily in the dark. She helps me with my banking and my bills so I don't pay anything late. These things have gotten a lot harder for me as I've gotten older, and Kim keeps me on track." Sort of an axial line there, too. Kim is my daughter, but she's also my friend. She's the youngest of our 4 children by several years. When the older ones went away to college, Kimberly was the one left at home. She and I spent a lot of time together, and we were very close. I confide in her. She's always able to understand me and help me when I have a question or when I'm worried about something. And she goes on to say this, "She's a good person, and it makes me sad that people are talking so terribly about her. They make all kinds of conclusions about her because she chose her career to be a police officer. They just assume things, and they don't even take the time to try to get to know her before they make all kinds of judgments and awful statements about her. We taught her to treat others as she would want to be treated. I feel sad that other people in our city don't do the same. Why do we just keep letting people do this? Kimberly was a good officer, but the job is a stressful one. I don't know how she did it. I wouldn't have wanted to, but we need police officers to protect us. I'm glad someone wants to do it. If we send good police officers to jail when they make mistakes, we won't have anyone who wants to be one," which is a reframe of many letters. She concludes, her mother does, "I love my daughter. I'm proud of her. I think that you know in your heart that it was a horrible accident. Please be lenient and give her probation so she can come home and help me." Maybe this is a very unique defendant here, given her age and career, and it's, I would urge the court to approach it this way. Maybe it's time we should help her too. We're helping all sorts of defendants who come through Hennepin County, and she should be helped. This is something that perhaps she's never going to get over. I don't think she's ever going to get over it, frankly, given the report that you've read. It's time to reach out to someone like her and say, okay, what can we do for you? A lower sentence would, in our thinking, the way of thinking, reflect the rules of, or the roles of mercy and forgiveness, which are both essential. What remains of her life is that she's been a good daughter and a good sister. She's a loving mother, 2 wonderful boys, young men. She's been a wonderful companion to her husband, Jeff, who completely adores her, and rightly so. She loved her community. and she absolutely loved being a police officer. And these are the relationships that mark a life and form the units of a life. And may these units of her life be the ultimate calculation for mitigation here. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then I'll allow Ms. Potter, if she wishes to address the court. Okay, so 15 minutes.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. This is Dan at Unicorn Riot. So we've been hearing arguments from, or rather statements from the defense. We heard material from Daunte Wright's his mother, his father, his partner, his sister. It's been sad to watch this for sure, and frustrating as well, obviously, for so many people. Thank you all for tuning in. We've had folks on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. We do really appreciate that. If everyone could try to stay respectful in the comments and not feed the sociopathic trolls that are out there, it's much appreciated. So we've got about 15 minutes left for them to come back. So I'm just going to run a few of the clips that we had from the events out in Brooklyn Center. We'll just sort of look at some of the stuff that we ran earlier during the trial. Thank you all for tuning in. If you didn't see it earlier, we did cover this trial pretty much every day of it, basically. Nico and I produced the streams to sort of bring this to you, show you what happens with the consequences of police violence, the fallout that has on the community, as well as the legal machinery. Thank you very much. Alex has been tweeting live through our account Unicorn Riot Live, so you can follow Unicorn Riot Live if you don't want to follow the play-by-play. So we try to use that Twitter account when we're doing this court stuff, so we don't flood our main Twitter. Unicorn Riot's a 501c3 nonprofit media organization. We really appreciate your support. You can go to unicornriot.ninja if you want to donate to us. That really makes a big difference. We really appreciate that. So if you give me 1 second. We've had a lot of posts on our website, on Unicorn Riot, about the protests, about so much of what happened over the process of all this. It's been a lot, right? Like it's been pretty shocking, the problem of police violence in the Twin Cities. So I'm just going to run a couple of pictures that we had. I believe these were contributed by Chris June. Thank you, Chris, for sending us the photos. Chris has been very helpful lately, helping us with documentation of the events going on. So I'm just going to run a few of those clips from this tragic event. And we will, once we know the result of years on this, or months, or whatever the sentence is going to be, we will have another post up on our website that kind of goes over the sentencing documents and things like that. My colleague Alex has done a great job sort of pulling together the legal reasoning, what the state said, what the defense said. sort of breaking that down. So thank you all for joining us. We're expecting probably about 13 minutes from now, give or take, court's going to be coming back. So thank you all for joining us, everyone.
They killed my brother for nothing. He had no weapons on him. I'm confused. Why do we keep living like this? Why do they keep killing us? I keep asking. Why I gotta live through, I gotta be scared too. Everybody gotta be scared. Cause look what they doing to us. This is too sad. I can't believe what the world has turned into. This is crazy. It's tiring. We're getting tired, but we gotta keep fighting till we get what we deserve.
Can you talk about your brother?
What do y'all wanna know?
What kind of person was he? What's your favorite memories?
He is so goofy. Like he just makes everybody happy. Like if you see anybody sad, he'll come to you and make you so happy. And that's just, they took my brother away from me. And y'all don't understand, like I'm so hurt. They really just took him. I still can't believe it. I still keep thinking I'm finna go home and see him. No, they took my brother from me. And it really hurts, it really does.
When's the last time you saw him?
The last time I saw him was a week ago. The last time I saw him, it was a week ago.
Did you think it would be the last time?
No, I never would think that. I always make sure, that's so crazy though, I just can't believe this. I really can't, but thank you.
The support. Say it!
Good evening, everybody. We are here today to celebrate the life of Daunte Wright, who we all know should be here. On April 11th of this year, Daunte was brutally shot by Kim Potter, the Brooklyn Center Police. We all stand here today as families that have lost loved ones at the hands of police, as well as strong community members and community leaders. We are still demanding justice for Daunte, but we want today to be an uplifting day for Daunte's family. We want today to be a day that they can remember Daunte. But we do understand and know the pain that this family is feeling and will continue to feel. We know that Daunte did not deserve to die like that. We know that Daunte's trial will be at the end of this month, November 30th. So we are asking the community to continue to come out, to keep Daunte's name alive, to not let this system sweep his name under the rug. Cameras were not allowed in the courtroom for Daunte. So we have to do events such as this to continue to keep the spotlight on his name. We know that prior to Daunte, there had been many more killings where they swept the murders under the rug, which led up to the death of Daunte Wright. So we're going to continue to have events such as this to uplift the family, to uplift Daunte's name, and to uplift our community. We will now have words from Daunte's mother, Chyna Wright.
Hello, everybody. Today we gather in Brooklyn Center, Community Center, to celebrate Daunte's 21st birthday. While we're celebrating memories and happy times when we should actually be celebrating him here with us. Unfortunately, Brooklyn Center Police failed us, and that's why we're here today celebrating his memories.
Any other Daunte Wright's family want to say anything?
Hi, everybody. I'm Chyna Wright and Aubry Wright's sister, Naisha Wright. I do want to thank everybody for coming out here and showing my family support because we really do need it. Again, we want to make sure that we get some type of justice for my brother and my sister because they should never have to view their son, excuse me y'all, could y'all spread her real fast? They should never have to come home to see their son like this as well as that beautiful urn. They don't deserve this. We're just asking for some type of justice and just support We really need the community support. And whatever y'all can do, please do. Whatever you can say, please say. My brother and sister should not be going through this. These are some of the most beautiful people in the world, and the children that they have created. My nieces suffering, my nephews suffering. We just ask if we can get some type of justice and continue the support. Say his name!
Daunte Wright!
Say his name!
Daunte Wright!
Say his name!
Daunte Wright!
Thank you. We will now have just brief comments. Please, if you can, families, keep it brief. We will have a few families that we have Jamar Clark's family standing here in solidarity with Katie Wright today. We also have the family of Travis Jordan to stand in solidarity with Daunte's family here today. We also have the family of Courtney Williams to stand here, and also the family of Justin Tigan to stand in solidarity. So if you guys, any families want to say anything, please, please, please keep it brief, because we want this to be an uplifting day for the families. We want them to celebrate today. That is what Katie said and requested, that she really wants to be uplifted and happy today as much as she can with what she's going through. So any families that would like to come forward and say anything in conjunction of what already has been said on behalf of Daunte Wright family, please do so. Please keep your comments brief.
Well, I'm Paul Johnson. I'm the best friend of Travis Jordan, who was murdered, now upcoming on November 9th, 3 years ago, by the 4th Precinct MPD on a wellness check. I have, since the day we were honoring Justin Tigan and Representative John Thompson was speaking how another black man was going to die. He knew it when Jason Heisler, Kobe Heisler's father, text messaged me saying that the police had killed another black man right at that moment. We had to unfortunately leave Tashira's event to go mourn and demand justice for the Wright family. We have leadership who fails time and time and time and time again to ever stand by the community and the families of the victims that the police take. I will have and always will stand by the Wright family and every family of stolen lives. All power to the people.
All power to the people. Thank you, Paul. Any other families that would like to say anything before we proceed? If no other families, we also have the family of Emmett Till that is standing here or here today to be in solidarity with Katie Wright and Aubry Wright and the whole entire family. We also want to thank Visual Black Justice for helping to host this event this evening, Families Supporting Families, and other, I apologize if I forget anybody, but any other entities that helped to make this possible, the Memorial, Daunte Wright Memorial Foundation as well, and anyone else that we thank you so much for making this possible for the Wright family this evening. We will now call forward a strong supporter of our family who has been fighting legislation on behalf of our families to get the laws changed. I will now call forward John McCollin, and that will be our last speaker for the evening. Thank you.
Hello. First, I'd like to say my condolences to the family who should not have to be here. My name is Jonathan McClellan. I'm president of the Minnesota Justice Coalition. We are part of a collective of organizations that work with families and community to draft and advance legislation and other policy initiatives at the Capitol here in St. Paul and in Washington, D.C. We are here today to celebrate the 21st birthday of Daunte Wright. Sadly, Daunte was murdered by a police officer on April 11, 2021. The people want justice. We demand to be heard. We must be the voice for the voiceless, as they are not here to defend themselves or demand a proper investigation and gathering of the facts. We are not asking for a handout. We want your boot off our neck. We want a fair shot. We want a level playing field, not a hill we have to climb and fight with one hand tied behind our back, a knee in our neck, a gun to our head, or the head of our children. We are all one family. We are all in this together. An attack on one of us.
We are back live.
Thank you. To the family of Daunte Wright, I am so sorry that I brought the death of your father.
Okay, Miss Potter, my court reporter can't hear you. So
thank you. To the family of Daunte Wright, I am so sorry that I brought the death of your son, father, brother, uncle, grandson, nephew, and the rest of your family to your home. Katie, I understand a mother's love, and I am sorry I broke your heart. My heart is broken for all of you. Earlier, when you said that I didn't look at you during the trial, I don't believe I had a right to. I didn't even have a right to be in the same room with you. I'm so sorry that I hurt you so badly. My heart is broken and devastated for all of you. I pray for Daunte and all of you many, many times a day. He is not more than one thought away from my heart, and I have no right for that, for him to be in my heart. I do pray that one day you can find forgiveness, only because hatred is so destructive to all of us. And that I pray peace will always be with you and your family. Again, I am so sorry. And to the community of Brooklyn Center, I do owe you an apology too. I loved working for you. And I am sorry what has happened to our community since the death of Daunte. The men and women who work for you still are good, honorable people and will work hard for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you, Ms. Potter. Okay, this is one of the saddest cases I've had on my 20 years on the bench. On the one hand, a young man was killed, and on the other, a respected 26-year veteran police officer made a tragic error by pulling her handgun instead of her taser. Thank you to everyone who spoke. I have been profoundly moved by the comments of the Wright family. Daunte was very loved. His son has lost a father. And Mr. and Mrs. Wright, I cannot begin to understand the grief of losing a child. I'm so sorry for your loss. Kimberly Potter honorably served her community for 26 years as a police officer. She was a respected officer and consistently went over and above the call of duty. She's a wife, a mother, an aunt, a granddaughter, a colleague, and a friend to many. In addition to the letters that were forwarded to me by Mr. Ng, I received hundreds and hundreds of letters in her support from colleagues, family, friends, acquaintances, community leaders and members and even strangers. I read them all. They paint a portrait of a woman who touched a lot of people in a good way. I want to talk briefly about the aggravating factors that were brought up in this case. As I mentioned before, the state initially took the position Ms. Potter should receive a sentence above the guidelines and filed a brief in support of two aggravating factors under Blakely. All parties agreed that I would determine whether aggravating factors existed to justify a harsher sentence than that set forth in the guidelines. I feel compelled to address the grounds for that request because they were made public, and I think it is important to note they were not proven in this case. The state did not meet its burden of proof on the first factor. It is based on defendant causing a greater than normal danger to the passenger in the car and two other officers when she fired. But the shot only hit Daunte Wright. The passenger and the officers were not injured by that shot. The cases cited by the state in its brief did not support its position. In fact, they illustrate why this case does not involve a greater than normal danger to others. In the Fleming case, he fired a gun 6 times in a park filled with children. In State versus Omaha, defendant fired numerous shots into 2 apartment buildings. There is no comparison here. The state also did not meet its burden of proof on the second Blakely factor. Contrary to the state's claims, Kimberly Potter did not abuse her position of authority. In fact, it is undisputed Ms. Potter or Officer Potter was in the line of duty and doing her job in attempting to lawfully arrest Daunte Wright on the warrant when she mistook her gun for her taser. What's more, she drew her taser legitimately to protect a fellow officer on the other side of the vehicle who could have been dragged and seriously injured if the car were to speed away. Officer Potter's conduct clearly was not significantly more serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime in question, justifying an upward departure. Turning to defendant's request for a dispositional departure, there is no question that Ms. Potter is extremely remorseful. She showed that today. She showed that when it happened. It is also beyond dispute that she is particularly amenable to probation. But the court retains the discretion to make departure decisions independently. The court is not required to depart even where mitigating factors are present, and that's set forth in State versus Birch, 689 Northwest 2nd, 276, affirmed by the Supreme Court, 707 Northwest 2nd, 660. This has been an extremely difficult decision. In making my decision, I look to the purposes of incarceration. There are 4: retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation. 3 of the 4 would not be served in this case. Incapacitation refers to the physical removal of a convicted person to prevent them from committing future crimes. That is not an issue in this case. Kimberly Potter does not present a danger of future crimes, obviously. Deterrence refers to the prevention of future crime and the idea that those who have committed crimes will be discouraged from reoffending after experiencing punishment. That purpose would not be served here. Rehabilitation is also not a purpose that would justify incarceration in this case. Ms. Potter does not require rehabilitation to become a law-abiding citizen. Retribution, or serving time as a way for a convicted person to pay for the harm inflicted on a victim, is the sole purpose that applies in this case. And in this case, a young man was killed because Officer Potter was reckless. There rightfully should be some accountability. Sentencing guidelines are just that. They are guidelines that inform a judge regarding sentencing for various crimes. They are not set in stone. The court has the discretion to depart from guidelines depending on the particular facts of a case. A downward durational departure is justified if a crime is less onerous than typical. Put another way, if the conduct is significantly less serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime, sentencing below the guidelines is justified. I find the facts and circumstances here justify a downward departure from the guidelines. First, Officer Potter's conduct was significantly less serious than your typical manslaughter case. The misdemeanor predicate for the manslaughter count was reckless handling or use of a firearm. Here, everybody agrees, and the evidence is undisputed, that Officer Potter never intended to use her firearm. She mistakenly drew her firearm at all times, intending to use her taser. There were police officers and experts who testified that the use of her taser was reasonable and appropriate under the circumstances presented for officer safety reasons. The fact she never intended to draw her firearm makes this case less serious than other cases. Second, the scene was chaotic, tense, and rapidly evolving. Officer Potter was required to make a split-second judgment. That constitutes a mitigating circumstance. Finally, unlike other manslaughter 1 cases, Officer Potter's actions were not driven by personal animosity toward Daunte Wright. Instead, she was acting in the line of duty in effectuating a lawful arrest. This case is highly unusual. The other officer cases tried in this court are distinguishable. This is not a cop found guilty of murder for using his knee to pin down a person for 9.5 minutes as he gasped for air. This is not a cop found guilty of manslaughter for intentionally drawing his firearm and shooting across his partner and killing an unarmed woman who approached his squad. This is a cop who made a tragic mistake. She drew her firearm thinking it was a taser and ended up killing a young man. Ms. Potter, will you please rise? Given all these considerations and having carefully considered the comments of the family of both Daunte Wright and the comments of Kimberly Potter, as well as the arguments of counsel, it is the sentence and judgment of this court that you shall be committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 24 months. You shall serve 2/3 of that time, or 16 months in prison, and 1/3 on supervised release, assuming no disciplinary offenses or conditional release violations. You have credit for 58 days already served. Restitution will be reserved. There'll be a fine of $1,000 and a surcharge of $78 to be taken out of prison wages or due within 180 days. You must provide a DNA sample. You may not use or possess any firearms, ammunition, or explosives. You have the right to appeal the conviction and sentence. If you are unable to pay the cost of an appeal, you may apply for leave to appeal at state expense by contacting the state public defender. You may be seated, Ms. Potter. I'd like to make a few parting comments. I recognize there will be those who disagree with this sentence, that I granted a significant downward departure does not in any way diminish Daunte Wright's life. His life mattered. And to those who disagree and feel a longer prison sentence is appropriate, as difficult as it may be, please try to empathize with Ms. Potter's situation. As President Barack Obama once said, learning to stand in somebody else's shoes, to see through their eyes, that's how peace begins. And it's up to you to make that happen. Empathy is a quality of character that can change the world. Officer Kimberly Potter was trying to do the right thing. Of all the jobs in public service, police officers have the most difficult one. They must make snap decisions under tense, evolving, and ever-changing circumstances. They risk their lives every single day in public service. Officer Potter made a mistake that ended tragically. She never intended to hurt anyone. Her conduct cries out for a sentence significantly below the guidelines. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you all for joining us. So, if I understood it correctly, the full sentence there handed down by Judge Chu could be 24 months, but it could be as low as 16. I think that's what we heard. So, we will have a post up very shortly here today, sort of outlining the sentencing sentencing arguments, the sort of the filings that fed into this. Judge Chu essentially argued very sympathetically for the defendants that it's hard to be a police officer, things like that. And obviously this is pretty frustrating, I think, for a lot of people out there in the community, obviously the folks on the chat, to see how this went. And so we're going to keep trying to follow what happens out in the community, right? Because police killings have continued in the Twin Cities, apart from just this one case. We also saw in this case that the jury could have, decided a sentence, but that isn't what happened. It was handed off to Judge Chu, who then gave a downward departure on the sentence. So, to clarify on the sentencing, the way state time works is that you can get 1/3 time off on good behavior. So it's potentially 16 with good time, I think, is the idea. So that's what we're hearing there. I believe we're planning to cover a live protest event later, that is planned later today, certainly. There's been plenty of protests. The George Floyd federal trial has been happening. Amir Locke was killed recently by Officer Hanneman. And so, the pattern of all this stuff has continued in the Twin Cities. So we thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate your support. Unicorn Riot's a 501c3 nonprofit media organization. I'm going to cut the video there, sorry. And, your support makes it possible for us to keep covering these things, to keep talking to people, to just sort of keep addressing these things that are happening in our society, these, painful, traumatic incidences of state violence. So we do really appreciate that. Please share our work out there. It makes a big difference. We need your help to kind of, reach a wider audience. So we do really appreciate that. So if you give me 1 second. I think we're going to go back to, again, hearing about, some of the reforms that were talked about at Daunte Wright's, birthday event. I'm just going to play out some more of the stuff that we recorded after all of these things happened last spring. So we'll just sort of get a little chance to kind of look over some of those different twists and turns, some of the events that happened. So thank you all for tuning in. This is Dan at Unicorn Riot. I appreciate Nico's help and production support today. Alex is putting out the live tweets at Unicorn Riot Live. So we have a second Twitter account just for covering court stuff. So you can take a look at that. Over here is the Unicorn Riot Live account. So please subscribe to that if you want, turn by turn court stuff, because we've been covering court more in the last few years, really. We've tried to actually look very carefully at what happens in court, and you can see what happens in court is a big deal, and it obviously can be very frustrating because of all the the rationales and the fact that folks like judges, prosecutors, defense, everyone trying to lens towards defending police in the state to a great extent, really. And so we're going to try to keep covering those type of things as closely as we can as they continue. So we'll pull up a few more things from the clips that we had from before. And again, thank you all for supporting us. If you go to unicornriot.ninja, our donation page is up there on the main menu. So thank you all for joining us. And with that, I will break away. We're just going to sort of look over some more stuff that we saw from earlier in the spring and things of that nature. We'll pick up that video, sure, play those things out. Thank you all for tuning in. And again, I think we will try to keep streaming live probably tonight. So stay tuned. And thank you all for sharing our work out there. I know this is really a tough one. The takeaway here was 24 months maximum sentence with a possible sentence of essentially 16. So we're looking at 16 to 24, I believe, is the status of the thing. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, and then she didn't, she got led away not being handcuffed. Whereas we saw Derek Chauvin get led away in handcuffs, and Judge Chu referenced Derek Chauvin and said that this was somehow, even though in both cases a person died, the judge is clearly very convinced this was not as serious as what Derek Chauvin did. And obviously other officers are on federal trial for that as well, and their role in killing George Floyd. So thank you all for tuning in. That picture right there is Daunte's son. And his family talked about it. His family, his partner talked about, looking at, I think that kid looks at pictures of their dad, and stuff like that. And it seems like that stuff didn't make that much of an impression on the judge. Sort of did, but did not feel that way from the way that the judge was phrasing things. It seemed pretty dismissive, honestly. So thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate your support, everyone.
Attack on all of us. And when you pair a movement with the cause of action designed to change a system, even the mightiest mountains will not be able to stop the force of that movement. It might take time, but it will move. A common thread you hear throughout all the families is the system has played games with time, evidence, and snuffing out justice to cover up the murders of people in our community by state-sanctioned violence. This is where the fight is at this moment. The same elected officials who showed up to Daunte's funeral are nowhere to be found.
Right.
This family is suffering. Currently, yes. That's right. This family is suffering. Currently, we have representatives in the state of Minnesota using the name of Daunte Wright for political gamesmanship. Sadly, these representatives have not done one thing to help the Wright family or to ensure there is not another Daunte, and we will not let that slide. We will not let you claim false victories or credit when you did nothing, trying to bestow accolades and credit you have not earned and don't deserve. They want to endorse candidates under that umbrella when they do not show up or turn out when it matters most. We cannot continue to protect killer cops. We demand Kim Potter be charged with second-degree unintentional murder, felony assault and battery, felony discharge of a weapon, and involuntary manslaughter. We are demanding the attorney appoint a special prosecutor. These charges shouldn't be political. They should be based on facts, and the facts speak for themselves. Stop protecting killer cops. If it's not one black man, it's another and another, and if it's not a black man, it's a black woman. It's as if we're lambs for slaughter for police. We demand if you do, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. We didn't start this fight, but we will end it. We must continue. Yeah. We must continue to carry this fight into the legislature, into the politics. We must change. Like the Berlin Wall in 1989, we must tear down the wall of oppression, hate, racism, and systemic injustice. Our current wall has allowed the Derek Chauvins and the Kim Potters to thrive. We must evolve as a people and as a society, and that begins with valuing human life and the lives of people who don't look like you. The best birthday present the Minnesota Justice Coalition can give Daunte Wright is a system change, and that we fight for reforms that remove the barriers that protect killer cops. We must not allow another family to go through what Daunte's did. This problem should have been taken care of long ago, but it falls on us to fix our future. The time to do what's right is always right. You must refuse to be an accomplice to a broken system. History will judge you, and history will judge all of us. What side do you stand on? Abraham Lincoln once said, in the end, it's not the years in your life that count, it's the life in your years. Happy 21st birthday, Daunte.
Yeah.
will now ask if the family, Katie, do you want to say anything more? Okay. Do you guys have any questions for, we ask that you probably not ask questions to the family because Katie is a witness in the case, so a lot of things she cannot answer, so anything pertaining to the case.
Mic check!
But does anybody have any questions for anyone here or at all?
Yes, I'd like to ask Jonathan McClain a question real quick. By you knowing a lot about law, do you know any reason why they are not allowing cameras or anything in their video, audio, what have they, or are they allowing television or to be live streamed or no?
It was my understanding that they're not allowing any cameras to be there, and that's the discretion of the judge. So it's up to the judge to change that order. He could allow them, but at the end of the day, yep, it's up to the judge.
And we believe that it's strictly to keep it as quiet as possible. That's their whole motive, is to keep these, they don't want the media in there, just like they did with George Floyd. They had the media, we were able to see what was going on. So as much as they can keep this out of the spotlight as much as possible, that's what they're doing, because they don't want us to be marching in the street. They don't want us to be asking for justice. They want to give this white woman her white privilege and let her sweep under the rug and get the least possible consequences out of this situation. We cannot allow that to happen. So even if they don't have the cameras in the courtroom, we need to be outside of the courtroom.
We gotta be outside. We want 100% transparency.
100%.
What is going for us to get a camera to protect our rights?
I would say that we would have to apply pressure, just as we did for George Floyd. We have to apply pressure. There's nothing that's just given to us without us applying the pressure that's necessary.
And I think we should do that, because I think one camera.
Yes.
At least court TV up in there.
Yeah, we can apply that pressure.
And that's what I came here to do. So please, all power to the people. Get behind me.
So with that, we have a
please get behind me because I am so ready. Please.
Also, we'd like to know if Kim Porter is still getting paid, and did they fire her from her position?
That I'm not sure of. Do you know whether she's still getting paid, Julie?
She will be getting her pension. I don't believe that she's getting paid from the city, but she will be getting her pension.
That ain't right.
And that ain't right.
That ain't right.
Does the Police Federation also have an attorney for her like they did with Derek Chauvin's case?
That I don't know.
With that, we will end with a side chat. We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chain.
We have nothing to lose but our chain.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chain.
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 All power to the people.
All power to the people.
If Daunte don't get it,
shut it down.
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 Thank you. We will conclude the press conference. Thank you.
This piece is in honor of Daunte Wright. And this is basically the summation of how I felt driving home April 11th, tears in my eyes, looking in my rearview mirror and just at a loss for words. So I guess I just kind of wrote it down. So I'll get into this in a second. Look me in my fucking eyes. And yeah, I cursed, because I don't know what else to do. Because every time I turn on the TV, it's another nigga dying on the news. And don't you dare bring up Chicago, St. Louis, LA, North Minneapolis, because those murders hurt me too. You say, what about black on black? So you admit black death should be a crime to you. But when a cop pulls the trigger, y'all act like it's what they're paid to do, like it's in their job description. Like since their gang is funded by tax dollars, it's different. Like white on white crime and hate crimes and lynchings are non-existent, y'all just don't want to listen. Look me in my fucking eyes. Can you see the tears? Can you see the pain? Can you see all the names that are ingrained in my brain? Because no matter how hard I fight, I feel like everything's still the same. I can't go a day, a minute celebrating what I think may be a victory. Anytime I think there's progress, one of y'all go on a killing spree. I can't help but think it's only a matter of time before y'all end up killing me. Look me in my eyes. Tell me what you see. Do you think I'm lying when I explain how it feels to be me? You can't disagree with me when all I do is tell you my reality. My experience is mine, yet you want to debate if it's actuality. You ain't walking in my shoes, but shit, you shouldn't have to be. When I tell you what it is, just listen, instead of throwing your own opinions back at me. You think my fear is irrational every time I see them flashing lights. But I gotta do what I gotta do to make it to another night. And all I got is fight or flight. And we've been fighting for hundreds of years, so running is all I got left. But look what white folks did to him on Aubry. Look what the police did to Daunte Wright. Y'all say his fear is irrational, but they're the ones who took his life. So his fear of being murdered by the police should be justified, right? But cops fear for their safety too. But somehow that ain't an issue. Well, how do I know if they can tell the difference between a gun and a taser that they're issued? Just comply, just comply, just comply. But there's no way to count all the ways a nigga in the system can die. Because no matter what happens, the police can always lie. Shit, we have to protest for them to release the footage that they hide, and all the reports can easily be falsified. Do you know what happens to black bodies in police custody? Hardell Cheryl does. So does Sandra Bland. Eric Larry knows that they can torture you uninterruptedly. Maybe Khalif Browder can help you understand why I'm not following no police commands, because I'll be damned. Look into my eyes. Do you see yourself being killed every time you scroll through your timeline? Because I do. Can you see the footage constantly replaying on my mind? I can't avoid it even if I tried to. Look at my eyes. Did they tell you I haven't gotten a full night's sleep since I don't even know when? Can you see that when I look at pictures of me from a year ago, it's like, I don't even know them? Maybe you can't see it. Now, maybe my eyes are no longer windows into my reality. Maybe now they're mirrors. So now when you look into mine, all it does is show you your reality even clearer. Yeah, see, the next time the cops kill somebody, and I'm right up at the front of the police line, and I feel myself tearing up just like I do each time, just realize, as everybody cries, as I stand a few feet from where another black body lies, that is no question why all the cops on the other side will never, ever, ever look me in my fucking eyes.
The most of injustice. And that's what we're struggling with at this moment. So this is very emotional for them. This is their baby. Miss Katie will address you first, and then her husband Aubry, Daunte's father, will address you.
Kim Potter murdered my son, and he died April 11th. Today, the justice system murdered him all over again. To sit there and watch, pouring my heart out in my victim impact statement that took so long to write, and I reread it over and over again, to not get a response out of the judge. But then when it came down to convicting, or to sentencing Kim Potter, she broke out in tears. So once again, we are standing here to say that we're very disappointed in the outcome. Yes, we got a conviction, and we thank everybody for that. But again, this isn't okay. This is the problem with our justice system today. White women's tears trumps justice. And I thought my white women's tears would be good enough because they're true and genuine. But when they're coerced, coached, and taught by the defense attorney, I guess we didn't have a win in this at all. Thank
I want to just say, you know, I feel cheated. I feel hurt. I'm very upset that my son's life was taken, and that nobody even cared enough. You know, it was like they were so tied up into her feelings and what's going on with her that they forgot about my son being killed. My life was taken. And it's just sad to say that I feel like we was tricked. You know, we was limited on everything, on what to even say, I feel like. And it's just sad that our justice system, you know, we actually thought we was going to get a little justice. You know, nothing could ease our minds from Daunte being killed. But just the fact of knowing that this lady was going to pay for that, it gave us a little sense of hope, like, you know, things were going to get a little bit better. But now, I walk out of this courthouse feeling like people are laughing at us because this lady got a slap on the wrist, and we still every night sitting around crying, waiting on my son to come home. I'm upset.
The moment real, you know, one of Daunte's family members told me just now, you know, people in our community have got sentenced to greater time for selling marijuana than she got for killing our cousin. Let that sink in. There are black people in prison serving greater time for selling marijuana, which is legal in most states, than this police officer got for killing this young black man. I don't know if the family is prepared to take any questions. Thank you.
Excuse me. Everybody's upstairs.
They have everybody come down. Nobody's upstairs anymore.
No one's upstairs.
Oh, Diamond and Destiny left already.
Let's see.
You guys come
Let's get Ellie back there. Go off here.
Thank you all for joining us. We were able to catch the press conference there with Ben Crump and Daunte Wright's parents saying, you know, that they essentially kind of felt cheated, that, you know, their family's loss was basically ignored by the judge in the sentencing. So that was live just now. We're looking at the Hennepin County Government Center. I'm just going to leave it up for a second, sort of let you take a look at what's happening in that environment. Obviously, you saw a rush of press people run off to the left. So, and to our understanding, 58 days of time served was also counted against the total of a 24-month sentence. And again, Kim Potter could potentially only serve 16 months with good time in Minnesota. So that's the result today. We are definitely expecting more protests, and we will try to bring those to you live. I don't have a specific estimate. We try not to sort of say when we're going to go live. Just, sometimes the machinery doesn't work behind the scenes. A lot of stuff to kind of set up. We sort of leave the machinery out of sight for a minute, the details of it. But we do really appreciate your support, everyone. This has been a really difficult one. Thank you all for joining the trial coverage earlier. We were glad to be able to bring you the details of trial, and thanks to Alex for doing the tweets on Unicorn Riot Live throughout this trial. We really appreciate that, sort of putting that out there. We aren't expecting, at the moment, we haven't heard of any protests coming up directly, but I was under the impression that I think one was scheduled around the George Floyd trial related stuff later today, I believe. So, stay tuned, turn on notifications for us, and we'll go live as we can when these things happen. So we'll see what this is.
Then why are you saying this thing? Because I'm speaking up for people that don't get a voice, and all media does is sit there and cause problems by providing one side. I was pushing the race card, which this wasn't a race card thing.
So
this
you're
was an
saying that we're
accident.
trying to push a perspective, yet you're not willing to say who you are or what you're doing, what you stand for. How the hell are we supposed to help you?
Because there is people that will cause problems.
Okay.
So you know that, and I know.
I think that's just a right-wing troll guy down there. Anyway, I believe Henry Pan was questioning that person. So, we'll just sort of keep the circuit open here for a minute, just in case anything newsworthy happens for a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. And again, if you turn on notifications on your social media platforms, if we do go up live for anything, you'll be able to get that notification right away. So thank you for that. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for letting people know, what Unicorn Riot's about. And, we've tried to bring this stuff to you in as much detail as we can. We've got the Kim Potter trial landing page as well. You can take a look at our website, unicornriot.ninja. And we've got a new piece out just yesterday, 1 year after George Floyd in Europe, Afro Greeks and African migrants speak out. That just got launched. The protest at the Post Board demanding justice for Amir Locke. We've got that material there. The Amir Locke March a few days ago. We also learned about more about Amir Locke's killing. Judge Cahill doing okay, let's see, hold on.
Come outside and say that.
No one's going to do anything because we don't want to stand up to your ignorance. Daunte Wright was a lovely young man, and I can speak to him because I saw him every day. So don't say he's a bad man.
Then nobody justify.
Why did he have a?
Why do you have a? What's your skeleton in your closet? What do you want?
Have to do with anything.
Why are you here? You're not in support of
We sit here and
anybody.
have state legislators that are out here doing bullshit, and they're still being state legislators. So I'm not trying to hear that shit.
Right, get his bitch ass on.
So get the fuck out of here. We got a sheriff that is charged with DWI. They ain't doing nothing but covering it up. Shut the fuck up.
I can't.
28.
Hey, Thomas Catholic. Burns.
I didn't see him. How's it going? Pretty good.
A real good exchange of people yelling at each other.
All right, it looks like that little moment tapered off. So again, take a look at our website, and if you can help share our work, that really makes a huge difference. We're going to keep trying to cover what happens with these outbreaks of police violence, and it really makes a big difference if you can let people know we've got what we're covering, material we're reporting. We have the Kim Potter trial landing page here. if it loads on my screen. So now it looks like the gaggle is breaking up down at the courthouse. Come on. Anyway, the Kim Potter trial landing page, we have that on our website. And you can sort of take a look at that. We've got a lot of detailed information about that. Just basically the process of everything that happened during the process. So there's now it finally loaded. There you go. So take a look at that. Again, thanks very much to Alex for tweeting on Unicorn Riot Live today. So we sort of used this secondary Twitter account as a way to kind of provide really snap, up-to-the-minute details of what's happening in court proceedings. So again, Unicorn Riot's a 501c3 nonprofit media organization. We do really depend on your support to sort of help push our material out there. So that really makes a big difference. And you can support us at unicornriot.ninja/donate. The material we create is under Creative Commons non-commercial share alike with attribution. That means that you cannot copy our material to a monetized channel, but if you're a student, if you're doing your own nonprofit media, it is okay to use our media under that license. So we do really appreciate that so much. Okay, so we're going to just go back. We're going to sort of, again, while, in the aftermath here of what's been happening today, we're just going to go back and sort of keep an eye on, or sort of take a look at some of the things that transpired, leading up to this. So if I can find my place where I was, just give me 1 second, please. Thank you. I really appreciate your support, everyone, and keep sharing our work out. Thank you so much.
For our son, and this is taken away from that, because now this is exactly what they want you guys to do, so that way my son isn't being heard. And I need that to, this is my husband.
Your son's being heard, sis. Your son's being heard.
This shit don't stop.
Your son's being heard. We're not playing about my baby.
Justice for Daunte, that's it.
Period.
We don't want all this extras. Let's get justice. We'll get justice for my son.
Justice for Daunte.
Justice for Daunte. Justice for my son, Daunte. That's what we want. Justice for him being shot for no reason at all. Unarmed. On his way, he was on his way to get a car wash.
That's what happened.
He was on his way to get a car wash. He was pulled over because he had air fresheners in the rearview mirror.
Car wash? How many of us get a car wash with air fresheners? We all do. Right? They even do on their police cars. How dare they?
But I need you guys to, all the violence, if it keeps going, it's only going to be about the violence. You need it to be about why my son got shot for no reason. We need to make sure that it's about him, not about smashing police cars, because that's not going to bring my son back.
You got that right. Just like you just saw on TV, that young lieutenant that was harassed by the police. I served 13 years in the military, special forces. So, I feel the same way, I served over at least 13 tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, all over the world, just to come back and still be harassed by the same system that I fought for. So, I have every right to be out here, and that's what makes us grow stronger and more angrier. Like, we try to abide by, but you don't give us no room to, so here we are.
How do you feel like change can happen, and how does that come about if you do?
Change will happen, and then this is it right here. This is us unifying, being together. You see, we peaceful. We're not doing nothing wrong. We're standing here. The only ones that are not being peaceful are them right now. They're forcing up with the sticks. You don't see no weapons on none of us. We have no weapons. We have no guns, no mace, no nothing. The only way we can find peace is if the system changes. We've already recognized what the problem is, and it's the system.
You can't take my motherfucking right away, bitch. I'm a taxpayer. I don't have no proof.
God damn, just shot off my fucking foot. Oh fuck, man. Here goes. Woo! They just threw off a bunch. They're throwing off another one.
Hey, thanks for tuning in, everyone. This is Dan at Unicorn Riot. So we're looking at a live feed right now that we're getting through our pool video system. They're still pointed at that pedestal out there in the lobby of the Hennepin County Courthouse. So we're just going to kind of wait and see. I think it's very possible that either the state prosecutors or possibly the defense might give a press conference. So I just want to sort of let people know. So this is live right now, and we're just going to keep an eye on it. If it does come back, we'll cut right back to it as soon as possible through the pool video system that we have connected right now. So thank you all for tuning in. What we heard was that the main word on the sentence that Judge Chu decided on Kim Potter was 24 months, and that could be as low as 16 months with good behavior, and that 58 days time served, I guess, is counted against that. So we'll have a post up on our website covering more of that, covering the sentencing documents and the motions and stuff. That'll be up on our website shortly. So we're just going to look at some of the other old clips that happened, and we'll just sort of keep hanging in there just in case more press conferences come up. We'll jump right back in if there are any press conferences. So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for sharing our work out there, and thank you for having respectful chats, hopefully. We do really appreciate your support, everyone, and just hang on, and I will let you guys know in the chats if this feed goes down and if it seems like they aren't going to give any more pressers. But I really think it's pretty likely we'll get another press conference. So thank you all for tuning in.
We had people all day today write notes or draw and hang them up for people to see, but then we're collecting them all, putting them in a binder, and gifting them to the family to show solidarity. Today is Janelle Austin, one of the founders of the George Floyd Global Memorial, and I's birthday. We realized recently that we had the same birthday, and it also coincided with the beginning of the trial, so we wanted to do something as a gift from us to the family. So as Janelle always says, every piece is, sacred. It doesn't matter if it's a child that scribbled some circles. It means something. It's part of, wanting to give love to the family. And so, we do see each of these as being very sacred.
What is maybe the most touching thing that you've seen up here so far today?
Honestly, it's like the children that just came up and drew some scribbles and then made sure that their name, like, this little kid didn't know how to spell his own name, but he tried to guide me through it, so it was like on there because he was like, that's from me, like, I don't care if it didn't say a thing, it just had some scribbles. That meant the world, I think.
Can you introduce yourself and say what it's like here at George Floyd Square 1 year on?
So my name is Mike Elliott. I'm the mayor of Brooklyn Center. 1 year on here at George Floyd Square. The atmosphere is peaceful. There's a celebration of George's life, and it's very hopeful, I would say, in terms of people's outlook on what the future is going to bring and the kind of changes that the community really is looking for. And so I think tonight is about a celebration, but it's also about a look to the future to make sure that the changes are put in place so that there isn't another George Floyd, there isn't another Daunte Wright, or Tamir Rice, or Ahmaud Aubry, or the list goes on and on.
And you brought up Daunte Wright. Thank you. You're the mayor of Brooklyn Center, where Kim Potter, the officer who killed Daunte Wright, was working for. Quickly, you seem to have brought about a lot of changes, reforms very quickly, within a couple of weeks, right after. Can you talk about what happened in Brooklyn Center with Daunte Wright, and then talk about some of the reforms you were pushing for and you were able to successfully push to get?
What happened with Daunte was tragic, and it should have never happened. And myself, I believe that. My city council members believe that. My community really, through a series of listening sessions, almost immediately following the killing of Daunte, the community really stood up and said, enough is enough. It's time for change. It's time for us to have real transformation that's going to lead to a public safety system where everybody feels safe. Not just some people, everybody. And so we got to work right away, putting together legislation that we think could have prevented the death of Daunte Wright. And it's a very comprehensive package that we put together. I think that probably the most sweeping piece of legislation that that's been enacted anywhere in the country, which includes putting the police department along with their fire and two new departments, a Department of Community Response and then a civilian traffic enforcement department. These two new departments that we're creating underneath a Department of Public Safety and Violence Prevention, which is going to be led by someone with a background in public health. So the person leading all four of our public safety departments is not going to come from a law enforcement background, but from a public health background. So that person is going to be looking at the data and the sciences and looking at what we need to do to keep our communities safe from that lens. Important to that also is that we're putting together now a mental health response team that's going to be made up of mental health professionals that will respond to emergencies, as opposed to having law enforcement respond when there's a behavioral health or mental health situation that's unfolding. We want people who have been trained in those areas to show up and actually provide care. And there are models of this all around the country where it's been extremely successful. And then we're putting together traffic enforcement that, number one, there will be no arrests for low-level misdemeanor, non-felony violations, right? And number two, we're going to limit what police can pull people over for in the first place. So no more we're going to have those pretextual stops where they pull you over because of a taillight or because of an air freshener or because you didn't put the turn signal on here or for any number of reasons or expired tab where they tend to pull people over and use that as an excuse for searching your car and arresting you and so forth, right? And even here in Brooklyn Center, we have had, I think maybe about 70% of the stops in Brooklyn Center from police were done, were stops where they're pulling over African Americans, even though African Americans are 30% of the population, right? So we know that there are some real disparities in policing in Brooklyn Center. So we're turning the page and we're taking full accountability for transformation that needs to happen, and we're hoping that other people, other municipalities across the country will follow suit and enact some of these changes as well.
How long will these changes take to take place to be instilled into reality for everyday Brooklyn Centers?
Right away, I think within the next 2 weeks, we're going to implement a citation and summons only policy. So for some of these, low-level, non-felony violations, the police are no longer going to be arresting people. They'll maybe write a ticket and say, go ahead, you have to come to court, but no more arrests for those. And that policy we anticipate will be implemented in the next 2 weeks. Absolutely. And then the other portions of the reforms, we're going to stand them up as quickly as we can, as soon as we can write the policies and hire the people that are going to be doing the civilian and train and hire and train the civilian traffic enforcement folks and the mental health folks. I would say in definitely in less than a year is what I can say right now, and we're going to be really ambitious about that because on average every 18 months the police shoot and kill someone, right? And we want to make sure that we are having these systems put in place before that can happen again. So keep a lookout. Over the next few months, we're going to be rolling out various aspects of the reform, and we're going to get it up and running hopefully in less than a year.
Wow. Can I ask you real quick? I know you probably have to do things.
Thanks for tuning in, folks. This is Dan at Unicorn Riot. We are getting a live feed right now, and we saw a commotion. We believe that Attorney General Keith Ellison is coming up, and so I just saw a bunch of journalists rush off to the right. So I think that we're just a few moments probably away from a press conference starting. If they don't start in a minute or so, we will go back to the video. But as you can see, there's definitely something happening off to the right, and everyone's heading over there. So thank you all for tuning in. We're just going to hang tight and wait to see what happens.
For what? She's a minor. You guys ain't supposed to handle her like that. The fuck? Joy, Diamond and Titi just got arrested. Diamond's going to jail for assault because they tried to fight Chyna.
So over here, there's something else that happened.
someone, I just saw him get bang. I was like, did it just happen? And when I saw Aubry, I saw him, I was like, hey, Charlie. Hello? Charlie Brooks? I can't hear you. What? There's nothing else going on out there. Everybody's gone. Or Darren, the girl that got arrested.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. It sounds like there's definitely a promotion, some kind of arrest. Someone might have been arrested. So we're just going to wait and see what
We're downstairs. This is
Hold on 1 second, I got John right here. Hold on. Here, talk to John. Talk to John. Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, hold on. I just want to let you know that I've had issues with before. He's here. Oh, yeah, he's here. Oh, no, I'm just playing. Yep. Alright.
He was storming off with that one.
You got that account, right?
So we're keeping an eye on the atrium inside the Hennepin County Courthouse, the Hennepin County Government Center, and we believe that Diamond, Daunte Wright's sister, might have just been arrested. We did run a clip from Diamond, talked before the sentencing in court today, and we heard the clip that she gave us from the night of the first protest. We played that back earlier as well. We are pulling out clips. On our website now, we have the clip from Daunte Wright's mother that is now posted right now. So we are expecting Attorney General Keith Ellison to give a statement. It seems like a minute ago that a bunch of security rushed off to the right out of frame, and so that happened a few minutes ago. So we're just keeping an eye on things. Personally, I'm not on site. I'm remote producing. Someone asked that on the chat. So thank you all for tuning in, and we are gonna, as long as this video circuit's open, since we are expecting a press conference from the state in a few minutes, at some point we will sort of hang there, and obviously what just happened might cause a delay. So thank you all for tuning in. I'm gonna go back. We'll hear again that recording from the mayor from earlier, and we're just going to sort of wait to see, because we are expecting a press conference at some point here. So thank you all for tuning in. I really appreciate your support, everyone. But yeah, our understanding from what we overheard, we haven't had an independent confirmation yet, but our understanding is that Daunte's sister may have just been arrested, which is definitely what we overheard from the journalists a minute ago. Thank you.
Thank you for taking this time. What made you in your position so quick to make these changes, to implement these changes where even in America we have George Floyd, and a year on we have the George Floyd Policing Act, which really doesn't even instill some of the changes that you're pushing forward. What happened here? How did you do this?
Well, number one, I have to thank my city council, because my city council ultimately approved these changes, and they, bought in to the science behind the changes that we're implementing and the research. And then my community stood up, and the community came out in droves. Black, white, people of all backgrounds came to these listening sessions, and they demanded the change, right? And for me, being in this position, I've had personal experiences with police myself, right? Where I have been, taken in, been arrested, or been stopped, right? Because I quote unquote fit the description. I've been pulled over for some of the same reasons, the pretextual stops. So for all of those reasons, both our community standing up and saying that, demanding that it's time for change, and then myself and many of my city council really have had either direct experience or experience with police through members of their family. I think all of these factors came together and helped us move forward very quickly. But the most important thing is our community stood up, and our community said, enough is enough. It's time for change. It's time to act right now. And for me personally, this has been a scourge on all of our communities across the country for far too long. We have the ability to start making change now, so we're going to start right now. That's just my view on it.
Anything else you'd want to say?
No matter what community you're a part of, this is now the time for change. Mobilize, run for office, contact your representatives, create spaces in your community where you can start to build power, build coalitions that are going to demand change. And if you all stand up and demand the change in your community, you can have it. I truly do believe that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you spending
Yes, sir.
time.
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
All right, so one of the Twin Cities reporters did post a clip. So Diamond did get handcuffed and arrested. And it looks like in that clip there's 2 arrests. So there have been 2 arrests in the courthouse. I just wanted to update with that information. So we are expecting Attorney General Keith Ellison to have a press conference down here. That's why we've been leaving the video circuit turned on. So we're going to take this way back to the beginning. I'm going to basically run the live stream from immediately after the killing, when our reporters first arrived on site. So we're going to run that. If you'll give me one moment, please, we'll get it pulled up. So thank you all for joining us. And another thing we'll mention for context was just that there, was a lot of the Operation Safety Net, aggressive policing, joint police powers were used to kind of crack down on protests, sort of rapid response, what we call mobile field forces around the Twin Cities. Mobile field force system is something we've been keeping an eye on since 2016. Field force is a set of stuff, and we're going to have more information about this coming out later, but you can learn more about how the field force kind of national doctrine works. We've covered that in the past. Give me one moment, please. I'll get this video queued up. So again, we're just keeping an eye, waiting for this press conference to come back up. I just need a moment to pull up the video. We weren't expecting an unusual situation to happen in court, so just give me 1 second, please, folks. Thank you all for tuning in. We're gonna run that basically from back in the beginning, the very beginning, the first protest. We're just going to play that live stream through. So just 1 second, please. Thank you.
Really? These clothes working for you? Oh, these aren't yours. This one right here. Say what? Like those clothes? They working for you? Well, I did, until I lost one. What one, the left one or righty? Left one. It's in my car, maybe. I'll see if I can find it. No, I'll find it. I'll find it. Luck they had a left one. Yeah. Are they working for you? Is it working?
Police are shooting.
Hey, I just talked to the
shot him in the ear. It looks
I just talked to Daunte's mama. She wants y'all to chill out so we can get justice for Daunte. Let's get justice for Daunte.
Person injured.
Let's get justice for Daunte. Chill out, y'all. They wanna start some shit with us so Daunte don't get no justice. You gotta chill out. Where's his mama? Go get their mama. Where's his mama? Hold the space. Hold the space. Look. Do not be baited. Hold the space. Hold the space. This is Daunte Wright's mother. Will y'all listen to her?
Will you guys please just stop? We want justice for Daunte. We don't want it to be about all of this violence. We just want justice for our son, and this is taken away from that. Because now this is exactly what they want you guys to do, so that way my son isn't being heard. And I need that to... This is my husband.
Your son's being heard, sis. Your son's being heard.
This shit don't stop.
Your son's being heard. We're not playing about no baby.
Justice for Daunte, that's it.
Period.
We don't want all this extra. Let's get justice. We'll get justice for my son.
Justice for Daunte.
Justice for Daunte. Justice for my son, Daunte. That's what we want. Justice for him being shot for no reason at all. On his way, he was on his way to get a car wash.
This what happened.
He was on his way to get a car wash. Pulled over because he had air fresheners.
Car wash. How many of us get a car wash with air fresheners? Yeah, we all do. Right? They even do on their police cars. How dare they?
But I need you guys to, all the violence, if it keeps going, it's only going to be about the violence. You need it to be about why my son got shot for no reason. We need to make sure that it's about him, not about smashing police cars, because that's not going to bring my son back.
You got that right. So that was Daunte's mother, y'all. So y'all know how this works. The police wants to trick us because they don't want us talking about the fact that they murdered Daunte Wright. Say his name. 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 Daunte Wright. This ain't about no checkers, y'all. This is about chess. It's not that to trick us and do no stupid shit out here. Let's be smart. They got all kind of weapons that they can kill us without any trouble, y'all. Let's not let them lay us down. They laid our brother down. Let's go say his name. 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 We gonna get justice for Daunte Wright. Justice for who? Daunte Wright. Justice for who? Daunte Wright. So we're not gonna let them trick us into doing something so we can't talk about Daunte Wright. Y'all know how this works. If they get us into something here, they won't even talk about Daunte Wright on the news. They'll talk about us fighting the police. And we won't even get to the bottom of why they murdered Daunte Wright. Don't you fool around with them. You already know they're murderers. They don't kill Daunte Wright. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? They don't murder Daunte Wright. Don't give no excuse to murder. We ain't got no stuff weapons. No, we ain't got no stuff weapons. Right? So don't give them an excuse to shoot us. Let's get justice for Daunte Wright. What's his name? Daunte Wright. What's his name? Daunte Wright. Say his name.
The police took the two cars out.
Say his name. Say his name. Now y'all heard his mama. Y'all heard his mama. She said we want to get to the bottom of this. She said she didn't want us to distract from getting to the bottom. Y'all heard that, right? Yes. We want to respect his mama, don't we? Yes. You want to respect his daddy, don't you? Yes. Now there's a time to fight, because I'm so down for some fighting. But this ain't, right now we ain't going to fight when they got all of they got weapons. We're going to be intelligent, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to organize. We're going to protest. They going to stop everybody. Just like they did us. We're going to make them give up on the murder. Yes, we are. And the way we're going to do it, we're going to keep coming out here fighting on wrong ourselves. Damn right. We've been done it before. We're going to do it again. All right? So y'all need y'all to be disciplined. We can stand out here. We can chant, raise hell, but don't get caught up in their foolishness. So they don't want Daunte Wright's name to be on the news. They want our name to be on the news. They want to say black folks are out here clowning. No. What needs to be on the news is Daunte Wright was murdered by the Brooklyn Center Police Department. Say his name. Daunte Wright. 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 Say his name. All right. If Daunte don't get it, if Daunte don't get it, if Daunte don't get it, shut it down. If Daunte don't get it, shut it down. If Daunte don't get it, shut it down. Don't be violence baited into their bullshit right now. Hold the space.
What's up,
hold the space. And text people to get here right now. We need all media eyes.
Another one. You want to talk at all?
We need people to know what happened and for them to not spin the narrative.
Another one. What's up? We're out here on Brooklyn Center. What do you know about what happened?
Do not let them twist the narrative.
What I've been told, a 20-year-old went to go get a car wash, and then the police assumed it was a carjacking and just executed the man.
We're going to hold this space for Daunte Wright.
His son is out here. He has a little boy that he's leaving behind. This is sad. We just come from demanding justice for Justin Titan, and then we hear this. It just don't stop.
What's his name?
It's sad.
What's his name?
Yeah, how's the atmosphere feel for you right now, besides being sad?
The atmosphere feels like the people is ready, and we ready.
One thing you got to notice.
It's to the point where the people are saying enough is enough, and we're going to fight back if need be. Any means necessary, we say, so that's what it is.
From Rogers, Minnesota.
Anything else you'd want to say?
And they're looking real tired.
Everybody pull up and come out.
The police
Everybody get here.
Come up and tap them on the shoulder so they can take a nap back there. Because guess what? They don't got the wherewithal that we got. We're gonna be here all night if it takes. They're gonna be doing different shifts, going in and out. Because they don't got the same wherewithal as the people. They don't got the same wherewithal as us. We out here for justice. They out here to protect their blue line. So we gonna show them what community looks like. We gonna show them what unity looks like. Tell me what community looks like. This is what community looks like. Tell me.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us. We just lost the video feed from down in the lobby of the Hennepin County Government Center. It appears that the press conference Keith Ellison was going to give has been pulled. It's been moved off to Brooklyn Center, so we are not going to be able to bring that to you anymore. I would just like to keep letting the footage from the day that Daunte Wright was killed play through. Also, someone who is very dear to many people in the community, Mel Reeves, was speaking on that video. So we were hearing from Mel a minute ago. Rest in peace, Mel Reeves. And so there was going to be a press conference with Keith Ellison, and that got pulled. So we are updating the website, unicornriot.ninja. I'll reload that just to kind of show you what we've got updated on there. The Kim Potter trial landing page. Give me 1 second, folks. So thanks to Alex today for running the live tweets at Unicorn Riot Live. That's sort of our high frequency Twitter update source. Let's see. Thank you. So here's the Kim Potter trial landing page. And so we've got updates on there that has been updated. She was sentenced to 24 months, of which she might only serve 16. They took off 50 some days from that. So we're looking at about 16 months. So thank you all for tuning in. 1 moment, please. All right. So we're gonna keep running material from that first day right after he was killed. I just want to sort of lay that out for people if they haven't seen it. Thank you all for tuning in. Our understanding is that that there won't be any press conference downtown with Keith Ellison. So here's our website, unicornriot.ninja. Reload the page. There it is. So you can get updates there, and there will be, and then that banner across the top leads to the trial landing page. If you can support our work, if you can support our work at unicornriot.ninja/donate, the donate link is up there at the top. We're going to keep trying to bring these things to you live, as well as interviewing people, doing FOIA requests, trying to dig deep, get at the policy level of how police violence happens. Because, while Judge Chu kind of painted this sort of as like an unfortunate accident, even though she admitted it was reckless, the reality is that police violence is the outcome of training systems, of patterns of activity. They may manifest in individual moments and decisions, but there's always larger structures at play. And so we try to bring that perspective to you and things that lead up to those moments, right? Because like the post board, for example, the link that's right there in the center, the post board certifies Hanneman. The post board is the sort of law enforcement board that's signs off on who's allowed to be licensed in Minnesota and what a lot of the practices are involved in policing. That's sort of how a lot of things are managed in policing in Minnesota. And so we want to try to look at those higher policy levels, the legislative level, the reform levels, as well as we've been able to bring the trial coverage, the close kind of minute by minute, the details there. So we will have the post up in just a second here. I'll be able to load that for you in a moment, just so you can see the new post about the sentencing. So thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate that. If you can subscribe on Facebook, on YouTube, on Vimeo, on Twitter Live, on Twitch, that helps make a difference. We're not a huge corporate organization. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, so we do really count on your support to get our material out there, and we really appreciate that. So if you'll just give me a moment, I will be able to bring you a new post. Let's see if it's ready. Ta-da. Yes, there it is. So Kim Potter sentenced for first-degree manslaughter there. We've got that information there, so you can take a look. We've got the info. You're going over this. If you go down, we've got a lot of material from not just the protests and the videos, but also from the hearings, and the link down at the bottom for our previous posts and coverage. So we've really tried to, get up very close in this story, talk to the family members, the supporters, folks like that. So Kim Potter did get, 24 months, and then could be as short as 16 with good behavior. So obviously the defense tried to argue that probation was sufficient, and the judge granted a downward departure, Judge Chu. So Judge Chu made the sentencing decision. It was not left to a jury. And so Judge Chu was the one who made the call about the sentencing. So that's where we leave things today. So we will not have a press conference with Ellison through the video feed. I don't think that'll be available for us. So we're just going to sort of, again, to go back to that first day, we're just going to sort of run the video that we captured, streamed live from that police killing. So we'll pull that up right now. Thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate your support, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Community looks like. Tell me what community looks like. Tell me what community looks like. When you look these overfunded Ninja Turtle looking SWAT team cats in the eye, tell them how you feel. Very rarely will you get an opportunity to tell these cats who they are, tell them the truth, because they're going to go back to their hometown full of lies. And people still feed them cognitive.
They can't keep doing this shit to us, man. Keep killing our black people like that, man. My boy Johnny, this motherfucker, boy. I'm living out here for 15 years, man. Standing out here for 15 years. They can't keep doing this to us, man. They can't keep doing this to us, man. Real, man. We tired of this, man. For real, man. We tired of this, man.
You ain't no robot, sir.
Yeah,
you ain't no robot. I know you go, man. Tell these people how you feel.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter, man.
Black lives matter.
We started killing our people, man. We ain't doing nothing about it. We gonna do something today, right? Because we gonna do something. Standing up for what's going on right now.
With the National Guard, they out here with the BCA. Y'all remember when that dude killed himself downtown? Y'all remember how quick that fucking video came? When they were like, that ain't us. That's not our fault. Where's the fucking video at? If y'all innocent, where the video at? Because what they're trying to do is cover this shit up. But we care. We care about justice. We care about the right thing. That's why we're here. That's why we're turning out more people to show up. Because we're going to be out here while they in the courtroom pretending that their job isn't to lynch us. We're going to be out here because we know the truth. We know the motherfucking truth. This is what community looks like. 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 This is what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
Any of y'all want to talk? Any of y'all want to talk?
I want to pray.
We're going to talk to Gabe, who also lost his brother to police brutality, police killing in Denver. Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, can you talk about just like what the scene is like? When did you get up here? What's going on through your mind right now?
I got here about an hour ago. My name is Gabriel Black Elk. My brother, Paul Castaway, was murdered by police in Denver, Colorado. And we got here about an hour ago, and we heard that there was an OIS up this way. So we were out of action before this. So when we got the news, we came up here right away, and we walked upon a scene of mad families. You know, we understand what the families are going through. You know, we understand what, you know, the pain, the anger, the frustration that they're going through when they're in front of, you know, when they're in front of the cops like that. We know exactly. We went through that. So that's, you know, my take on it is, you know, I heard that the police killed him because he had some kind of aerosol can. So the police, you know, they shouldn't have killed him. They shouldn't have murdered him, and they need to be held accountable for what they did to Daunte Wright. They need to be held accountable. Justice for Daunte.
Anything else you want to add from the whole scene? Like, this is continuing. You talked about it. You just came from an event with other families you came up here and there's more families. Are you now also chatting with these families and showing them support? I saw you all hugging them.
Yeah, we met the mom. We met the mom, and we met one of the cousins, a couple of the cousins, and I met the brother. So we told them, you know, when I introduced myself, I told them who I was and told them that my brother was also murdered by the police. So we know exactly what they're going through. So that's my take on that.
Get to the fucking hospital. I hope I know somewhere my phone is there. If y'all see a red,
you can do without video if you want.
Okay. No, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You can talk about Daunte though.
That's all I'm asking for. But end of the day,
hello. My name is Rissa. I'm the cousin of Phil Quinn and auntie of Daunte Wright, aka Chicken Wang, and then I'm also a distant relative of Billy Hughes. I just want to say fuck the police. They did it again. Same motherfuckers who killed Daunte are the same ones who just took Daunte Wright's right as well. They're serial killers. They need to be abolished all the way. Fuck 12.
Thank you.
Sorry, we just missed.
Lord God. Everybody, I'm about to come to y'all in prayer for a moment.
You?
Lord God, we come to you from the lead both of us, Lord God, we pray for justice for our brother. We pray for peace for our brother. We welcome you into this space, Lord God. In Jesus' great name we pray, amen.
Black lives, they matter, yeah. Black lives, they matter, yeah. Black lives, they matter, yeah. Black lives, they matter, yeah.
Everybody, I understand that we are upset, but I need us to baby, this is Tashira. I want you to respect this situation, okay? This is a family that's asking you
It's like Champlain Police.
You know me. I love you, my
Maple
son.
Grove Police.
I want you to calm down.
I'm not sure where these officers are from.
You know me and you know I love you.
Yeah, we're here in Brooklyn Center, north suburb
I am a family
of Minneapolis.
of someone that was murdered. And we just had the anniversary of his birthday today. I don't want y'all out here putting yourselves in danger, okay? We gotta be strategic about this. We know that they wrong. We got that. But we want to preserve you guys' life, okay? You guys' life are important. These are robots, okay?
Hey, you wanna talk
These are robots and we are human beings.
We're here with King D. King D was like one of the first on the scene. Talk about what you've seen so far.
Basically, what I've seen so far was I communicated with the mother. The mother indicated that her son was basically going to get a car wash with the car. All this is basically done over a air freshener that was on top of was hanging from the mirror. That's what I learned. But we had some tomfoolery information indicating that this was a carjacking. Just so we clear, this was not a carjacking. We seen this happening during the Derek Chauvin trial. We know what happened to George Floyd. Now this young 20-year-old has lost his life. He has senseless lost his life over this Brooklyn Center Police Department has killed this man bogusly. His body's been on the ground since 1:45 p.m. So I want everybody to please come out here peacefully protesting. We don't want to fall for the okie doke. They parked their two vehicles right in front of everybody just so certain individuals would smash the cars. They knew that was going to happen. What we seen downtown when the individual basically shot himself, committed suicide, we seen the video come out expeditiously. We want to see the body cam expeditiously. The mom told us this was not a carjacking. Her son called her, just so we clear, her son called her. And we know what the BCA and also the police is doing. They basically hiding the girlfriend. The girlfriend was in the car. She also showed the mom the body of her son laid limp in the car. He was gunned down. This was not a carjacking. This was not a carjacking. So everybody, please, the people that said they would be out here with Malcolm X, they would be out here for Dr. Martin Luther King, etc., you would be exactly where you at, right home watching. If you out here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul, what happened? What have they? You need to be out here right now, expeditiously.
Tired is me, and I ain't disrespecting nobody. So y'all not about to disrespect me.
We heard from King D, King Demetrius Pendleton on Facebook, Listen Media. Check out his work. I think he's streaming right now as well.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to win. We have a duty to win. We must love and support one another. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to win. We have a duty to win. We must love and support one another. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. 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 Now this is the right way to do it. We're gonna do chants from here on out. We're not gonna be arguing with them dirty ass police that are robots. We're not gonna be doing none of that because they got shit on them that can hurt us. Okay, let's be real. Let's be logical about this. Let's use our heads. Okay, they got things that can hurt us. So they'll get their day coming. They don't know God. They don't know God. Because if they knew God, they would know that He was more powerful than any of that shit that they got on them. So let God answer them evil motherfuckers. But we're not going to put ourselves in jeopardy. So let's do some checks and let's carry this shit out. Okay? Boots!
Can't really see too much. There's going to be a yellow tarp somewhere where his body is, but I cannot see that.
Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to bring the shit down. Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to bring the shit down. Boots on the ground. Come on in. We're here to bring the shit down.
We're going to have a protest out here. Y'all ready? We got some speakers. We got Sister Nakima. Y'all know Sister Nakima Levy Armstrong. Y'all know me. So we're going to get out here. We're going to do some organizing. But like Sister just said, we're going to be intelligent about this. We're not going to let them prick us into some craziness. We're not going to let them trick us into hurting us, are we? Right? So we're going to organize like we smart. Because we are smart. We smarter. Hey, you can't convince them of nothing. Hell, you made their mind up. Well, how you going to convince somebody? That's right. The shooter. That's exactly right. So you're not going to convince them of shit. Right? So all you can do is talk to us. Listen to these brothers and sisters that we come in and we speak to you and give you some knowledge about how we fight back. The first thing we got to do is make sure that this whole world, everybody knows.
I'm going to show you where the BCA is. Again, we're here live on 63rd and Lee over in Brooklyn Center. Hey, what's up?
Oh, no way. I was looking for you, saw you on a video. I didn't realize this was your fucking dude. That's crazy. This guy, maybe they're like Negroes. I got your number from teaching.
So thanks for joining us, everyone. We've just been going through some of the old footage from back when Daunte Wright was, first killed in Brooklyn Center. This was our live stream, so obviously there was a lot of walking around and kind of getting repositioned as things went on through the day. I'll try skipping ahead, see if we do have more here. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Sorry, it's a pretty long clip. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, this is a different era, you're saying?
Yes, we live in a different era now. And the young people are more radical than my era. And it's a doggone shame. It's a doggone shame. Again, here we go again. We haven't even settled, the dust hasn't even settled from the last episode that we've gone through. And here we are again at this same thing. We just have to pray. God, please heal the land. Heal the land. And I pray for the family of this terrible, terrible incident that's happened.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Take care. My name is Nico.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You all want to talk at all?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's just terrible. My name is Barbara Carey, Reverend Barbara Carey from Spiritual Life Church, and I just got a call from one of my kids. This is just awful. There's no need for this. We're still in court and trial with George Floyd. All these crimes, they're not justified. There's no way the police would go into a predominantly white suburb, Wayzata or Orono, and whether if they're burning incense in a car or doing meth or having guns illegally, they would get a ticket. They would not even get shot. All these other kids from different nationalities, mainly Caucasian, they're taken alive, you know, handcuffed and taken in, and that's wrong. You have stun guns, you have mace, you have other elements that you can use regardless, you know, to detain someone. And I'm just saddened and grieved that, you know, people just want justice. This killing, it's unlawful, it's ungodly, and it needs to stop. I'm a registered nurse of over 30 years, and the job of a nurse as well as a police officer is to serve and protect the people, not put their foot on the neck, stopping someone's airway, and then shooting someone because there's something in the car. There's other ways that this can be handled. I pray for the family that they are comforted during this overwhelming time, that justice is served, that all of this back and forth brutality, that it stops, because it's not right. There's other ways how to handle this. 20 years old and just starting his life. So I pray that there's no more violence or anything that comes from this, but that the whole situation will be handled promptly and people's lives are preserved.
Thank you very much.
Amen.
Would you want to talk at all?
No. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sending you my love. My little one.
Be careful.
Thank you, you too.
And I need everyone here now for this family and for every other family, because there's going to be some more casualties. They're telling us they're coming after us. There are going to be more casualties until we change it. So this is an uprising. You're in it now. You can't leave here and be innocent. So let's go back. Go back and tell your families. Go back and tell your neighbors. Go back. We're not going to sit down. We're getting up until all of our children can walk free. But we don't have to call their names in lament anymore, but only in celebration. This is an uprising, and you're in it now. Go back, go back, go back, and let everybody know. May it be so. God bless you. Be safe.
So the family does request that you guys give them space at this time. So we're going to respect that. Right on time. I see you. Space at this time.
Yeah. Stay right on time.
I want us to just have a moment of silence for Daunte.
Love you. Love you.
Daunte's favorite number is 23. So as you guys have your candles, or the candles are being passed out for 23 seconds, we're just going to have a moment of silence for Daunte. His favorite number was 23. And then if you go ahead and start at 23 seconds. Thank you.
As you can see, people are still gathered here and they're hanging around. We're trying to figure out all the details of what took place this evening. Another officer-involved shooting of a 20-year-old black man, youth, I would say, Aubry Wright. And so it's just an unfortunate situation. I'm really proud of the people showing up from all over the city just to be right how we're here, to be witnessing, to stand with the family and to stand with everybody. So as we get more information and more details, it's essentially important, if anybody saw something, to reach with the family and to be able to get as much pieces of what happened together. And so it's a testament of what is going to be happening anytime any loved one or anyone is killed by police. People will show up to the scene and they will figure out what happened. And so that's what happened this evening, and people will continue to be here until justice is served for Daunte, but also for all the other stolen lives.
Thank you, Jaylani.
I mean, so, you know, this is not shocking to us, but it does say something about the society we live in, that, you know, we got George Floyd's murderer on trial right here, not right up the street, right? And it says something to people who keep saying, well, we're making progress. We're not making progress if you're still shooting people down on traffic stops. I mean, just the other day I saw a guy who was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army get pulled over somewhere in Virginia, and for because they couldn't see his license. It doesn't take a gun to pull somebody over about a driving violation. So it just tells you that the mentality of the U.S. police, law enforcement, has not changed. And the only thing that's going to change it is folks making their mind up, ultimately, that they're not going to stand for it anymore. You know, and folks keep trying to push back on us like, well, what do we want? We just want to be able to do what everybody else can do. Walk down the street, breathe freely, drive without being harassed, drive without the fear of having our brains blown out, or being harassed, or dehumanized, you know, or treated like less than a human being. It's insane that this would have happened. I mean, you would think that even the cops, all the forces all over the country are saying, man, you know, the spotlight is on us. You know, we should probably chill for a bit. But if you notice, the Twin Cities police forces aren't chilling. I hope the rest of the country sees it. They're not chilling. They don't care. They're still doing what they've done. And so we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to keep fighting. And we're going to fight until we can't fight no more to get justice for this brother Daunte Wright. His mother was out here. It was a sad scene earlier. His mother's crying. You know, his mother was actually on the phone with him. When the police pulled him over, he called his mother and told him why they stopped him. They said something about he had the air fresheners hanging in the back of the car. And so he wasn't sure he had his insurance. So he called his mother to ask about where the insurance was. And I think the mother said she had the number, so just give the phone to the cops and you can tell. So between that, he asked them why he'd been pulled over. And who knows where it escalated from there. Next thing you know, she said she heard the phone drop. And then she heard him say, don't run. And I don't know where he was running to. And then they shot him. Whoever shot him, shot him. That's what we know. But this is insane. This is insane. And a society that keeps bragging about it being democratic and, you know, having so many rights. This is crazy. Something has got to give. You know, we keep talking about everybody saying, well, the fact that Derek Silver's on trial is a sign that, you know, police are being held accountable. The blue line is being crossed. No, the blue line is being maintained. Trust me on that one.
Well maintained.
Yes.
Well maintained.
Thank you, Mel.
Yep.
Yeah, Jonathan McClellan, well maintained. The blue line's continuing. Police accountability is far from being seen. What's happening here?
This is exactly what they designed. You know, last week the Senate voted to try to get officers fired who were a part of white supremacy, and that was rejected by the Republican Senate. So this is exactly what they want. They want chaos. They want black people dead in these streets, and we ain't taking that shit no more. We're not. So expect us here for a while until they start doing the right thing, until they start passing this legislation to hold them officers accountable for killing us. We ain't going nowhere, and we gonna be out here.
And then this was like the killing happened right around the time that the rally for Justin Teigen was happening. Can you talk about that? Just coming from another rally where a lot of families spoke, a lot of families are out here grieving and looking for police accountability for themselves, and then you have Daunte Wright getting killed just 20 minutes away.
Right. Today was Justin Teigen's birthday, and while we're marching and in remembrance of Justin Teigen, we're hearing about what's happening here, and every time a murder or something, a shooting like this happens, it rips the wounds, and it's a fresh situation all over again, and we're tired of it. We're fed up.
Anything else you'd want to say?
I want to thank everybody for coming out. We're going to be here until it's done. We're going to keep on doing our work at the Capitol, and we're going to keep on trying to hold these officers and law enforcement accountable in the behind the scenes as well as out here too. But we need people to show up.
Can you talk about, real quick, where can people find more information about the legislative pushes you're talking about?
They can go to mncoalition.org. They can go to themjc.org. And those are the places that they can go. If they go to the mncoalition.org, they can sign up and see exactly what legislative initiatives that we're pushing, and they'll have an opportunity to sign up and put their name on some of those initiatives as well.
Wright.
Hold on one second.
Justice for Daunte Wright.
All right, yep.
Thank you.
Hey, you want to talk?
Yep, I do. I'm Daunte's right little sister. They killed my brother for nothing. He had no weapons on him. I'm confused. Why do we keep living like this? Why do they keep killing us? I keep asking. Why I gotta live through, I gotta be scared too. Everybody gotta be scared. Cause look what they doing to us. This is too sad. I can't believe what the world has turned into. This is crazy. It's tiring. We're getting tired, but we gotta keep fighting till we get what we deserve.
Can you talk about your brother?
What do y'all wanna know?
What kind of person was he? What's your favorite memories?
He is so goofy. Like he just makes everybody happy. Like if you see anybody sad, he'll come to you and make you so happy. And that's just, they took my brother away from me. And y'all don't understand, like I'm so hurt. They really just took him. I still can't believe it. I still keep thinking I'm finna go home and see him. No, they took my brother from me. And it really hurts, it really does.
When's the last time you saw him?
The last time I saw him was a week ago. The last time I saw him, it was a week ago.
Did you think it would be the last time?
No, I never would think that. I always make sure, that's so crazy though, I just can't believe this. I really can't, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Sister Destiny.
That was
we'll say a few words and we'll get started on the march. We are here standing in solidarity with Daunte's family. We have a bunch of the families here that have lost loved ones at the hands of law enforcement here to stand in solidarity. We have all of you guys that have come out this evening, and we are very thankful and grateful that you guys are here to stand up for Daunte's life. And hopefully we get this woman exactly what she deserves out of this situation. We do not believe that this was an accidental situation. We believe that from listening to the young men in the area out in Brooklyn Center, we believe that this woman was targeted and harassing and profiling young black men way before she killed Daunte Wright. And then prior to that, she killed Kobe Heisler, or she was a part of what happened to Kobe Heisler. She actually told the officers on scene to turn off their body cameras after Kobe Heisler was shot. So she's been a part of multiple situations where This is just a repeat, just like Derek Chauvin repeatedly killed people before he got to George Floyd. We're dealing with the same thing with Kim Potter. It's just a female instead, but we're not gonna let her cry her little white privilege tears to get away with murder of a young black man who was unarmed. She was a 25-year-old veteran. She knew the difference between her gun and a taser. So we just want to continue to show solidarity with this family. We want to continue to show up for this family and all families that have lost their loved ones at the hands of this corrupted system. And so, any of the families, I always offer the floor to the families that have lost people first and foremost. So any of the families want to say a few words, and any of the people in our community who have been standing and fighting with all of our families, if you guys would like to say a few words this evening, we would appreciate it because we're so grateful for everybody that showed up this evening. You could be anywhere doing anything. You could be hanging out with your families, but you choose to be out here with our families, and that will never go unnoticed. It will never go unappreciated what you guys sacrifice and how much you even bring your babies and your children out here. Even every last person that's out here, even the other families that have built strength enough to be out here. Let's continue to work together, and let's continue to love on each other. Let's continue to fight together. Let's not let them see us separated from one another. Let's let them see us standing in solidarity and shutting this shit down. If Daunte don't get it, 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 shut it down. Thank you. Any other families want to say a few words? We have the mother of Jeffrey Smith, who was killed by St. Paul police, shot 49 to 52 times. Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your support. Thank you all for coming out. Love all of you. We want justice, and we want it now. We want justice for Daunte Wright. We want Kim Potter's convicted to the highest and the fullest. What gives you the right to take his life? We're tired. We're really tired of your cover-ups. We're tired of your BCA cover-ups. We're tired of your prosecutorial cover-ups. We're tired of your government cover-ups. We need justice. We're gonna get it by any means necessary. We don't care who don't like it. This is wrong. She was a trainer. What was she training? Training people how to kill? What is she training? We need her gone. She has to go. Kim Potter, you have to go. You are gonna go, Kim Potter. It's totally sickening. What you did to Daunte Wright, you're not gonna get away with it. We're tired of your cover-ups. We're tired of all of this. Your trainings of other cops to kill, that's enough. We're gonna get justice, and we're gonna see to it. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so now we'll just have a few here. We'll have like 3 here, and then we'll get going on the march because we don't want to lose people, and we got the streets blocked off and stuff. So we're gonna have Courtney Ross, the significant other of George Floyd. Thank you.
Ooh, thank y'all again for coming out tonight. I'm quickly gonna thank you. When I could not get out of bed and I could not take one step, I knew everyone was out here marching for Floyd, and I will never give enough thanks for that. It will be forever, so thank you. Daunte Wright was a student of mine at Edison High School. I worked with him every single day. One of the last times I saw Daunte, my arms were around him, and I didn't know that that would be the moment that I'd have to remember. I also am a mother. I have 2 sons. One of my sons is 21 years old. He's light complected, comes from a biracial family. He's athletic. He also loves basketball. And he goes around the north side in Brooklyn Center as much as Daunte did. Daunte is all of our sons. We need to remember that when this happens. Daunte is my son, Daunte is your son. Lord knows he's the right son. He is. I want to say about Kim Potter, like Tashira said, she's been profiling Black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time now. And she took advantage of her position and murdered Daunte. Everyone that was trained under her, and as I've heard, her husband, who does taser training, should be retrained. Make sure that this never happens again. Yes. Rest in peace, Daunte. Yes. Love you.
Black lives. Black lives. Black lives. I have the co-founder of BLM Minnesota, Monique Kohler's Dottie, and the aunt of Marcus Golden come up and say a few words.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being out here. It's so important that we continue to stand up for justice, and we have to make sure that Daunte is not forgotten, right? So we have to continue to be out here. We cannot let up. It's just how we do it here in the Twin Cities, which is why I love you all in the community who comes out to support families. So on this day, standing in solidarity with the family, I offer my prayers and my love and all the solidarity in the world, whatever we can do. We've been doing work for Daunte. Many people have been out. So thank you all for being out here. And we just want to remember, Daunte's gotten so much further than the majority of families across the country in terms of the possibility of getting justice. And we haven't seen it here very often, right? We saw it with just George Floyd, and then even Justine DeMond, which some may say that was not even justice because of the charges. But I'm just so proud that that video was released. I'm so happy for the family that they had that bit of evidence, because so many weren't filmed, right? Tucson Psych Public Media had an event for those who weren't filmed. How many weren't filmed? So although it seems like it's such a hard day and a horrible day for the family, I'm sure it is, but I want you to know that it's also a blessing, because so many of us didn't get a chance to sit in a courtroom, right? So out of everything negative, we can take something positive. So we want to look at this at least as a positive thing, that this killer cop, Kim Potter, is going to prison, and that's where she needs to be. There's no excuse for what she did. Her pulling a taser, pulling a gun and yelling taser is no different than many times we see Black men, women, and children who are killed, and they yell, "Oh, put down the knife." There's no knife, right? They're just setting the stage. He's got a gun. There's no gun, but they're just setting the stage, right? So what Kim thought she was doing, she thought she was setting the stage. She's yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," knowing she had a gun. Knowing she had a gun. Also, we know what she could have done. She could have just let him go. They knew who he was. They knew his address. He was not an international flight risk, right? There was no need. Additionally, she put other people in harm's way by killing him while he is driving a vehicle. And it's ridiculous. Kim Potter is a killer cop, and she needs to be imprisoned for a long time. No justice, no peace. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No killer! Police! No killer! Police! That's right. Thank y'all for being out here. Love and solidarity to you all.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. All right, we have one more speaker before we get started. She's gonna link some of this. Daunte Wright's family?
Yes. Are we ready here? Okay. It's good to see so many people out here today. I'm old enough to be the great-grandmother of some of you out here today. And this struggle has been going on for a long time. I remember the Black Panthers and other folks who were out fighting this fight way back in the 60s, and even before that we had people who were dealing with police brutality. The thing that strikes me is that this is really a systems issue. Color of the oppressor doesn't matter. Gender of the oppressor doesn't matter. And so it's good that we have a multiracial fight back against this. And let's all keep organizing and hoping that Kim Potter gets justice from the system and ends up getting the maximum sentence that she can possibly get for this murder. Daunte is a grandson of my niece and her husband, and that's how I happen to be related to him. And it's important that, to me, that so many people of you and all of us are out here supporting the family and other victims of police brutality. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I just wanted to mention a few other families that came out to stand in solidarity before we take off on the march. We have, so you heard from Monique Coyote. We also have the mother of Hardell Sherrill, Delshia Perry, who is out here. We have the grandfather of Brian Quinones that is out here with us today. We have Daunte Wright family and Phil Quinn and Billy Hugh family out here this evening. And we have, I was told that Kim Handy Jones, the mother of Cordell Handy, is out here with us this evening. And then we have myself for Justin Tigan that is standing in solidarity. So we have a number of families, and we have so many other families that just, they couldn't be out here tonight, but they stand in solidarity with Daunte Wright's family. And so we're going to take off on the march at this point, so we won't lose our crowd, and then we will stop mid-march and we'll have a few more speakers and we'll get going like that. Treyhorn, do you want to start leading us with some...
Because I could not sleep.
Thank you.
I could not rest.
I feel you.
I could not be satisfied that another young black man has been killed by police.
Yes.
And that Daunte Wright did not deserve
to die.
To be killed.
Let her speak. I'm so sorry. Let her speak.
And so I'm here to say that I stand with you.
Thank you.
I stand with his family.
Thank you.
I stand with everybody who cares about justice.
Yes.
And we cannot be still.
Yeah.
We cannot be satisfied until we get justice for Daunte Wright. I want to thank all of you for being here every night. I want to thank for you to defying the odds and putting yourself in jeopardy by being here, because you cannot take what is going on any longer in this city, in the state, in this country. And so I want you to know that there are many in Congress who feel like I do. And certainly I'm not the chair of the Black Caucus, but I know how the Black Caucus feels.
Thank you.
I know how the Asian caucus feel. I know how the Latinx caucus feel. And so I decided to come here and not make a big deal of it, but just to say, I stand with you.
Thank you.
I am not afraid. I am not intimidated, and I'm going to speak truth to power.
Thank you.
To know that we all need to sustain this movement.
Yes.
We cannot stop.
Right.
Or we cannot hesitate. But we must say every day and every hour that we are going to persist, that this country recognizes what is going on.
Yes.
It is not only unjust and unfair, it is outright racist.
It is.
Finding and seeing what is going on with our young people, with our young black people, with our unarmed people, with those who are losing their lives because of police who do not care about life. And I want you to know that I posted on Twitter and all of my platforms a look at what a police Glock looks like.
Yep.
And a taser.
Yes, ma'am.
And we all know. I don't care if the police person, the woman, resigned. I don't care if she lied.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, she did. They always lie. Yes,
and we're not going to take it.
No
we're
more.
We're not going to accept it.
We're gonna burn it down.
We're going to make sure that we do everything that we can to say that we're going to stand for justice. We're going to fight for justice.
Yes,
thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mama.
Oh my God. Thank you, Mother. Thank you. I'm sorry, can I give you a hug, Mother?
Black lives! Black lives! Black lives!
That was Maxine Waters you just heard from.
Oh my gosh, no way. Black lives, they matter here!
Maxine, is there going to be any congressional changes?
They matter here!
We'll try to ask her a question real quick.
What would you like to see happen this week here? I mean, this has really been
well, this is a very difficult time in the history of this country. Despite the fact that we know that people of color have been killed too often, unarmed young men, in particular black men, have been killed. We know that we're now coming to the end of the George Floyd trial, and that I suppose the closing arguments are going to be made on that case coming Monday. And we're really just almost at the beginning of what is happening with our young man, Daunte Wright, who was killed, and that we have to persist in calling for justice. We have to let people know that we're not going to be satisfied unless we get justice in these cases. And so I just could not sleep, I could not rest, I could not be satisfied without coming here to let the family know, and the friends know, and the people of this community know, and all those who have organized for justice know that I stand with you, and I'm going to stand not only with you, but continue to fight in every way that I can for justice.
What's your opinion of the police reform efforts that are being discussed right here? And do you think that any of them have any hope of being enacted through maybe this Congress?
Well, I am not happy that we have talked about police reform for so long, and it's not only this piece of legislation, but it's been years. I confronted the police chief, Daryl Gates, in Los Angeles years ago about the killing of Eula Love, and about the chokehold, and about all of that. We've been fighting for so many years for reform. And so, yes, I would like to see the bill in Congress pass on police reform, but I know that the right wing, the racists, are opposed to it, and I don't know what's going to happen to it, but I know this: we've got to stay in the street, and we've got to demand justice.
As a black man, despite all of the efforts,
I feel like nothing changes. And George Floyd is waking so many people up, yet nothing has happened, despite the rhetoric. Like, what needs to happen that's different this year than all the years before?
We're looking for a guilty verdict. We're looking for a guilty verdict, and we're looking to see if all of the talk that took place and has been taking place after they saw what happened to George Floyd, if nothing does not happen, then we know that we've got to not only stay in the street, but we've got to fight for justice. But I am very hopeful, and I hope that we're going to get a verdict that is say guilty, guilty, guilty. And if we don't, we cannot go away.
And not just manslaughter, right? I mean...
Oh, no, not manslaughter. No. This is guilty for murder. I don't know whether it's in the first degree, but as far as I'm concerned, it's first degree murder.
Congresswoman, what happens if we do not get what you just told? What should the people do? What should protesters on the street do?
I didn't hear you.
What happens?
What should protesters do?
Well, we got to stay on the street, and we've got to get more active. We've got to get more confrontational. We've got to make sure that they know that we mean business.
What do you think about this curfew tonight?
I don't think anything about curfew. I don't think anything about curfew. I don't know what curfew means. Curfew means that I want you all to stop talking. I want you to stop meeting. I want you to stop gathering. I don't agree with that.
Are you going to stay out here?
Oh, no, I'm not going to stay out here. I came here from Washington just to be here to make sure that I let my voice be heard among all of those who have been putting so much time on the street. And so I'm hopeful that the protests will continue. Thank you.
Where does police accountability come from?
Well, I want to tell you that the mayors and the city council people, commissioners all over this country have got to rein in the police. They have their budgets, they give them overtime pay, they make sure that they have terrific benefits. They can cut all of that out. And so it is up to the local city council members, the police chief, not the police chiefs, because the police chiefs are mostly intimidated by the police unions. And so it is the elected officials who've got to rein in the police.
Congresswoman, do you support getting rid of the police, completely abolishing it? A lot of people want to abolish the police as a solution.
Well, you've got to make sense out of it. And what you've got to say is, we've got to rethink of what policing is. We've got to really design what we really need. If you have people on the street who may have mental problems, who are compromised mentally, they don't need a police. What they need is a psychiatrist. They need social workers. They need others who can deal with these issues. And so we've got to reimagine what policing is all about. Right now, it doesn't work.
What's your message to young black people in this community that live and grow up here in Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center?
Well, my message to young black people is this, that we know that there is a lot of unfairness in the system. We know that oftentimes young black people are stopped, they are searched, they are not treated fairly, and they stand to lose their lives. And they've got to know that there are people who understand this and who will stand with them and who will fight for them, who love them, and who tell them we're not going to stop until we get justice in this country.
Thank you.
Yes, we love you.
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you, Maxine.
Asian people. We not scared. We wasn't never scared of COVID. That was them. We love Asian people, so we want to let you know that you ain't got to be scared to walk the streets with us. You might be scared to be with us. I would say more, but my voice is leaving.
So, hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. This is Dan at Unicorn Riot. We've been catching up on some of the clips that we recorded, mostly from 2021, as well as from the beginning of Kim Potter's trial late last year. So thank you all for tuning in. Obviously, it was a hugely traumatic event and really shocked a lot of people. This is more footage, I think, from that first night. So I just wanted to mention really quick, before we'll take the stream down in a little bit here. But we've got our website updated, unicornriot.ninja. We have the Kim Potter sentenced to 24 months in prison for first-degree manslaughter. And Judge Chu did grant a downward departure so that it's possible she'll only serve 16 months in jail, according to the way sentencing works in Minnesota. So you can head to our website, unicornriot.ninja. If you can support our work at the donate link, that's really appreciated. We're going to keep trying to stay on top of these things. We're in the midst of doing a lot of investigative pieces. So while what you may notice is our live streams, we do a lot of work that isn't the live streams. And so you can take a look at our website, unicornriot.ninja. You can see that we've got 1 year after George Floyd in Europe, Afro-Greeks and African migrants speak out. That is that is up new. The protest of the Post Board after Amir Locke was killed. And if you want to look at the Kim Potter trial landing page, that's that banner at the top of the page. We have the Judge Cahill's no-knock warrant leading to MPD killing Amir Locke and the demo that was downtown there. So those are just some of the recent stories. The SWAT officers. We touched on the DRE scandal. There are depositions that show that the officer that killed Officer Hanneman, that killed Amir Locke, provided drugs into the DRE scandal in 2012. That was a story that I was involved in covering along with other people in Unicorn Riot before Unicorn Riot started. We are going to follow up on that. We have more documents that we were able to obtain about the DRE story. So again, which is part of the backstory of how police conduct either does or doesn't get reformed in the Twin Cities, which is a serious ongoing problem. So that's our website, and if you're looking for anything, you can hit the search link at the top. It'll take you into the searches. And again, we do really count on folks sharing out our material. Those social media links are up there at the top, and I'll scroll down. They're also at the bottom in the lower right. We're on Patreon. We have an RSS feed. We're on Vimeo. So we just try to keep pushing that stuff out there as a 501c3 nonprofit. So we appreciate that. We appreciate the support. We appreciate people subscribing, letting people know what's up. And also special thanks to Alex today for helping take care of the Unicorn Riot Live. We sort of moved our court live tweets over to this secondary Twitter account, kind of help streamline that. So I just wanted to let this stuff run. Obviously we have, long amounts of footage from these events. I just wanted to let this one run for a little bit. This was out in Brooklyn Center when this happened. So thank you all for tuning in. I think we'll go down shortly, but we really appreciate it. And, stay tuned, turn on the notifications so that when we are able to go live, that we can bring that out to you. But we have a large amount of stories that we are working through offline. So it's not just about the streaming. It's also about just trying to find information, push it out there, interview people, stuff like that. It's not all live streams. I just want to really underscore that. So I know this was a really tough one to see happening today. That was really pretty difficult. Thank you all for trying to be respectful in the chat. Try not to feed the trolls, no matter how cruel their posts are. Certainly a common problem on the internet. We do really appreciate your support again. And again, thank you for Nico and Alex for helping out with production today. So I'll let this run for a few more minutes, and then we'll go down for the day or from the stream here today. So again, I'm Dan, and I really appreciate everyone tuning in today. Take care, everybody, and stay safe out there.
I don't know your favorite food, but I love you for standing out here. It's not an easy thing to stand out here. Most of us are arrestable. But we're not scared. We're tired. We're sickened. I don't want my child growing up in this. I don't want my child being a brown beret. I want my child being whatever he wants to be without police getting in the way. I want my child to grow up in a world where he can look at his father and say, damn, my dad did that, so I don't have to. I want my child to look up at me one day and say, damn, I don't gotta fight for La Causa. I just gotta live. I just gotta breathe. I just gotta go to college, do this, that, whatever I please. Unity is what they fear, and I will always say that. So yeah, fuck 12. Fuck 12 every day.
Every day.
It's something so much stronger than hate. Fuck 12. But something that will be so much stronger than hate is this love we have for each other. This love we have for each other as we stand together is so much greater than the hate I have for 12, I have for the government. I can throw my middle finger in the sky all night. But sometimes I gotta sit down and appreciate what is this. This is what makes a difference. Unity, love for one another.
That's Daunte's sister right there crying. In a white shirt.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! If Daunte don't get it, burn it down!
I believe either Daunte's sister or his friend.
I'm 46. I grew up in the MLK era, so I'm not in trouble. But I am not silencing my young people because I do know that no movement is won unless the young people come forward and lead that movement. That is the absolute truth. The Civil Rights Bill wasn't passed because of Dr. King. How many of y'all thought the Civil Rights Bill was passed because of Dr. King? No, the Civil Rights Bill was passed because of the children's movement in the South. Because the children skipped school and went out in the streets. We need young people. So if Daunte don't get it, shout. If Daunte don't get it, if Daunte don't get it, if Daunte don't get it, shut it down. If Daunte don't get it, shut it down. If Daunte don't get it, shut it down.
We're doing both.
I want to hear from some of you. I want to hear from some of y'all. Where y'all at?